Chapter 1885. Where was Commander-in-Chief Xia's kitchen? He really didn't know. Yi Qian stood up and sat back down silently. He had already despised himself 100 times. When Commander-in-Chief Xia went to the tea room to make tea in a good mood, Xia Jinyuan came up to Yi Qian and said with a smile, "Don't worry, you'll know where my kitchen is after you come here a few more times. I'll also tell you where my room is later and invite you in to have a seat." At that moment, there was a little person dancing happily in the major's heart. When he saw Yi Qian's embarrassed state, he couldn't help but love him even more. He was too cute. How could he be so cute? He was so cute that he really wanted to kiss him. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the corridor leading to the tea room from the corner of his eye. He immediately seized the opportunity and kissed Yi Qian's cheek at lightning speed. "Give me a kiss so you can relax." Yi Qian jumped when he was kissed. He covered his cheek with his hand and quickly glanced in the direction where the commander-in-chief had gone. He glared at the man who still dared to be impudent. "You're even more nervous now. You need to stay away from me. Are you sure you want me to sit away? You don't want me to support you?" Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. There was a deep smile on his elegant face. He pretended to get up and sit on the other side. "Then I'll really go over there. You can have a good chat with the old man while you drink tea." Yi Qian grabbed his arm and pinched it. "Don't you dare." He then asked softly, "How does the commander-in-chief usually settle his meals?" Family Xia didn't have any servants. There weren't even any servants to cook. There was no sign of a mistress in the house. Although the decor was warm, it was full of masculinity. "It's easy to settle. I usually settle it at the military headquarters. Occasionally, I'll come back early and call the guards in advance. The guards will take care of the meals." Sometimes, he would go to the North Sea to rest. Family Xia's old house is near the North Sea, so he would go back to accompany Old Master and Old Madam. Ever since Xia Jinyuan was admitted to the National University of Science and Technology of China, Commander-in-Chief Xia sent the old servant who had been serving him and his father to Old Madam Yang and did not hire another servant. "Then you should spend more time with the Commander-in-Chief when you're resting. You should also go back to the old mansion to visit Grandpa and Grandma often." Her voice was so soft that she had to prick up her ears to hear it clearly. Even so, Yi Jian was still worried that Commander-in-Chief Xia would hear her. Xia Jinyuan gently squeezed her hand and said with a faint smile, "You have to go back to visit Grandpa and Grandma. Are you blaming me for not taking you to visit them? Why don't we go to the old house tonight? Take a look at the two elders." "I didn't mean that." Knowing that he did it on purpose, Yi Qian could only hold it in for the time being. "Don't mention going back to the old mansion later. I can say that I'm here to thank the commander-in-chief, but if I visit the two elders, I'll become mute." He knew that she wasn't fully prepared to face his family, so how could he make her feel awkward? Seeing that she was so close, Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and pressed his forehead against hers intimately. He rubbed it a few times before looking up and smiling gently. "Okay, I won't scare you anymore. Don't worry. I won't take you back to the old mansion today. You have to be prepared. I have to give you time. But we'll definitely have to go back to the old mansion in the future. You have to be prepared in advance. The earliest is next year. Old Master will be celebrating his 90th birthday next year. If we have time, we have to be there." Chapter 1886. There was still a year to prepare, so Yi Qian felt that he would be fine. He nodded and said, "Okay, if I have time, I will definitely accompany you home." "Really?" Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. There was a deeper meaning in his smile. Yi Qian didn't seem to realize that he had just agreed to something. He nodded and said, "Of course, I always keep my word." "Okay, I will remember." Major Xia smiled like a cat that had stolen a fish. No matter how you looked at it, there was a deeper meaning behind his smile. Yi Qian didn't know about Family Xia's rules. If a man with a Family Xia brought his girlfriend home to attend the birthday banquet, It meant that their relationship was stable enough that they could get married and have children at any time. Yi Qian, who didn't know, agreed to Major Xia's proposal. He believed that he was the wife of family Xia and Major Xia's wife. Major Xia was naturally happy that their relationship had changed so drastically. When the commander-in-chief came out with the tea, he saw the two of them sitting side by side on the two-seater sofa, their heads touching as they chatted. He felt very comfortable. In his life, he had lived up to the heavens, the earth, the country, and the people. But he had let down his only son. He owed him too much, so he didn't have the confidence to educate him. He had to straighten his neck and roar in order to feel a little more confident. He felt more at ease when he saw the young couple kissing each other. They seemed to be in a good relationship. Yi Qian heard footsteps behind him. He was about 2 fists away from Xia Jinyuan. He immediately stood up and greeted him. "Commander-in-chief, I can do it myself." "Xiao Yi, don't be so formal." "We don't need to be formal at home. You can call me uncle." "I will be happier when I hear that." Commander-in-Chief Xia wasn't as rigid as he was at work. He was witty and humorous. However, he had been in the military for many years and held a high position. Even when he smiled, he still had a dignified aura about him. Commander-in-Chief Xia handed the steaming teacup to Yi Qian, who blushed when he heard his words. He added, "You're making me even more nervous." Hearing this, Yi Qian did not know how to respond without being rude. Come. Sit. Old Six, let little Yi sit down." Director Xia did not want his future daughter-in-law to be afraid of him. Although he was wearing a military uniform, he deliberately restrained his military might. He was afraid that she would be too nervous and not dare to come again after her first visit. "Have a seat, don't stand on ceremony." In front of the commander-in-chief, Xia Jinyuan hid his bad habits very well. He did not do anything that would make Yi Qian feel even more unnatural. Even the way he spoke was much more normal. The tea was very hot. Yi Qian took a small sip and was about to put the teacup on the coffee table when a pair of slender hands reached over and took the teacup for her. "Be careful not to burn yourself." After taking the teacup, Xia Jinyuan also took a sip from her cup before putting the teacup on the coffee table. Yi Jian, who was blushing, kept receiving the gaze of Commander-in-Chief Xia. She straightened her back and sat upright, not daring to relax at all. "Go home and relax. Although this is your first time home, this will be your home in the future. It will make you relax and feel happy." Not many people could completely relax in front of him. Commander-in-Chief Xia smiled and looked at the nervous but magnanimous girl. He kindly asked about Principal Chen. "He's about to be discharged." He wanted to be discharged for a long time. He even wanted to run out of the hospital and ask for permission later. In the end, he didn't succeed and was stopped by the guards. "I had to reprimand him a few times before he calmed down. It's only a few days until he can be discharged. I don't know if he can stay here for the next few days." Chapter 1887. After taking a few sips of hot tea, Yi Qian gradually relaxed his stiff body and said politely, "Commander-in-Chief, Uncle Chen's illness has caused you to worry." "Thank you very much. If it weren't for your timely arrangements, Uncle Chen might not have been able to pull through." "I don't deserve your thanks. This is what the military should do." He fell in a position to train talents for the army, so it's only right for the military to do its best to save him. Fortunately, he survived the scare without any mishap. Otherwise, it would be the biggest regret of the military. Xia Jinyuan became the guest. He stared at the girl he admired with a soft gaze. He watched her go from nervousness to calmness, and then back to calmness. Her thin and sexy lips were always slightly raised. His girl took this step for him, which meant that she approved of him and was willing to treat his home as her own. In the future, his home would be her home. It would be the home for both of them. We took his situation into consideration and combined it with the actual situation. In the end, we arranged for him to go to the sniper training base in the southern province. He will be specially recruited as a veteran and will enjoy the benefits of being in the army. Of course, his personal information will still be classified. His file will not be transferred to the Southern Province Military Region. And you will be able to be at ease. You won't have to worry about your family. You can focus on completing your studies without any burden. Even the guards were standing outside the living room. There was no one else in the living room. Yi Qian, who had relaxed, calmed down and faced the various questions from the Commander-in-Chief. After talking about Principal Chen, Commander-in-Chief Xia asked about Yi Qian's studies. You won't be staying in Beijing for long this time, right? I remember that the midterm exams for the National University of Science and Technology are coming up. How's your revision going? Did you miss your studies because of training? Commander-in-Chief Xia's intention for Yi Qian to come here this time was to introduce himself to Yi Qian. He didn't have any intention of inspecting Yi Qian. Therefore, he only asked about Yi Qian's current situation. Yi Qian smiled and answered seriously, "My revision is going well. During training, Captain Xia tutored me. I've already finished reviewing the important content. We'll rush back to school tomorrow morning and start the exam the day after tomorrow." She had to leave school on December 12 to start a 45-day training. After that, there were only 3 days left before the school's midterm exams. Calculating the time, it would be the day after tomorrow. Therefore, she had to return to school tomorrow morning. Military academies are different from high schools. Academic results are ranked second, while comprehensive physical fitness results are ranked first. Although you have 45 days to train outside, I believe that with your ability, you can do both at the same time and achieve good results in both your specialization and comprehensive physical fitness. Commander-in-Chief Xia couldn't help but nod when he found out that Xia Jinyuan took time out to tutor Yi Qian every day. It seemed that his little rascal knew how to coax his wife better than he had imagined. Starting from his studies, Yi Qian was able to gradually relax. Commander-in-Chief Xia was like an elder in the family as he made suggestions. At the same time, he was also concerned if Yi Qian had any difficulties. If there were any, he should mention it and so on. More than an hour passed by just like that. Yi Qian arrived at the compound at 3 o'clock. In the blink of an eye, it was already past 4 o'clock. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who didn't realize that time had passed by quickly, was still teaching Yi Qian. You have a lot of room for improvement. In the future, you have to be as steady and solid as you are now. You don't have to worry about Principal Chen. I had a small meeting with the Southern Province. He will be specially hired to return to the army and train a group of snipers like you. Chapter 1888. You and sixth brother don't have to worry about family matters. Just take care of your own affairs and don't let down the country's expectations of you. He then said to Xia Jinyuan, you also have to restrain yourself better. As a man, not only do you have to shoulder the responsibility of your military uniform, but you also have to shoulder the responsibility of your family. Treat Xiao Yi well, who dared to go through hardships with you. Don't mess around. She was a very nice girl who didn't deliberately curry favor with him just because he was the commander-in-chief. Although she was very nervous, it was obvious that her nervousness stemmed from the importance of family Xia. She was afraid that she would be rude. She had a down-to-earth temperament, a sincere way of dealing with people, and her talent. Every family would like such a female soldier. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't want such a good girl to fall into his family. Xia Jinyuan, who was once again reminded, curled his lips and sighed to Yi Qian. See, I'm really not Commander-in-Chief Xia's biological daughter. I should be the son-in-law who moved in with his family, and you should be the biological daughter. If I had a daughter like Yi Qian, I definitely wouldn't let her marry you. The Commander-in-Chief smiled slightly and attacked his son mercilessly. It's all thanks to our ancestors that you were able to find Xiao Yi now. Faced with the attack from his biological father, Xia Jinyuan, who had always been mentally strong, immediately agreed happily. Yes, you're right. In the future, I will definitely take good care of your biological daughter and won't let her suffer the slightest grievance. You have to do what you say. Don't try to make empty promises. Take Xiao Yi around and familiarize her with the environment. I'll take care of some small matters. Seeing the guards coming over, Commander-in-Chief Xia knew that he had something to take care of, so he got up and prepared to go back to the study. Xia Jinyuan looked at the time. It was almost time to prepare dinner. He pulled Yi Qian's hand and stood up together. Yi Qian was caught off guard and was startled by his sudden handshake. Why are you pulling my hand in front of the Commander-in-Chief? She naturally wanted to pull her hand back, but Xia Jinyuan did not let go. Instead, he interlocked his fingers with hers, making it impossible for her to break free. The Major's expression did not change as she said, "Dad, it's better to let Uncle Blessing and Aunt Blessing come back in the future. With them around, Yi Qian and I can still eat hot food when we come back. I have to think about it. I won't be having dinner at home tonight. I've booked a table outside. We'll go to the hospital together. You guys go ahead, I'll be quick." Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at Yi Qian with a gentle gaze as if he didn't notice their little actions. Just take a look around. You don't need sixth brother when you come back in the future. You can go home on your own. In the morning, when Commander-in-Chief Xia heard that Yi Qian was coming to visit, he planned to invite Uncle Blessing and Aunt Blessing back to make dinner. The family of 3 could even have a drink together. However, Xia Jinyuan said not to alert the old mansion for the time being, in case the whole family was alarmed and came running to the house. He was afraid that Yi Qian would be so scared that he wouldn't dare to visit again. Now, he's asking Uncle Blessing and Aunt Blessing to come back. Did something happen while he was making tea? Okay, you go ahead. Yi Qian, whose hand was held and could not break free, bowed slightly. Her ears were slightly hot as she watched the Commander-in-Chief stride away and go to the study. My dad will like to see the 2 of us holding hands. Struggling so hard, aren't you afraid of dislocating your wrist? Their fingers were intertwined. Xia Jinyuan looked at her red ears and bent down to get closer to her. Why are you still so shy? It's just holding hands. Chapter 1889. There's nothing to be shy about holding hands with, but in front of the Commander-in-Chief. Why? Shouldn't you be more reserved? Being around him was really a good way to train one's psychological tolerance. Yi Qian looked at their interlocked fingers and decided there was no need to shake them off. However, he still had to make things clear. I was shocked by you. I'm not used to holding hands in front of elders. She wasn't angry, but she was indeed not used to it. Xia Jinyuan kissed the back of her hand. Everything requires a process of getting used to it. I'll only hold hands and won't do anything else. How about that? He was so shy that he needed to practice. Are you sure? Yi Qian didn't believe him. He had already experienced Xia Jinyuan's insatiable nature. Xia Jinyuan immediately changed the topic. Let's go. I'll take you around. The old man is right. In the future, when I'm not at home, you can go home alone. Before they left, Yi Qian suddenly heard the sound of something slamming on the floor upstairs. Xia Jinyuan looked up. The sound didn't come from the study, but from the bedroom. Xia Jinyuan was a little worried. He frowned and said softly, "Wait a minute. I'll go ask the guard." Yi Qian, who was nervous again, quickly nodded and gestured for him to go take a look. He was angry. Something big must have happened. He thought he would have to wait for a long time. Who knew that the man who left in less than 3 minutes would return to the living room? This was bad. Even Xia Jinyuan, who had been smiling the whole time, looked a little gloomy. Yi Qian became more and more uneasy, but he knew it wasn't because of her. When Yi Qian walked out, he realized why his face was gloomy. It turned out that Commander-in-Chief Xia's ex-wife, Madame Xiao, came to the villa complex a few days ago but was rejected. This afternoon, she went directly to the family Xia's old mansion to disturb Madame Xiao's peace. Every time she comes back, there are a lot of things to do. She makes everyone unhappy, and then she leaves without taking any responsibility, just like before. After Xia Jinyuan said coldly, he looked calm again. Let's not talk about her. Let's go. I'll take you to the place where I used to go when I was young. One is the sports field, where the punishment is the most severe. The other is the banyan forest, where a group of people play a game of good guy and bad guy. He didn't mention Madame Xiao again, and Yi Qian didn't ask about it either. She smiled and asked a few more questions as she listened to his childhood. Soon, the man beside her was the handsome, smiling, and elegant young master again. Most of the senior officials and heads of state in Jing City lived in the compound. Most of them were senior generals in the army. Xia Jinyuan didn't take her too far. Because it was a Sunday, they met a few people who knew Xia Jinyuan. Fortunately, the two of them did not hold hands and only chatted as they walked. When they met someone they knew, Xia Jinyuan said that she was his junior from school and came to Beijing for an internship. He did not directly introduce Yi Qian as his girlfriend. Military school students should abide by the rules. They could be more presumptuous at home, but when they were outside, Xia Jinyuan was very careful about Yi Qian's reputation. He didn't want her to be criticized again. I'm not free tonight. My junior brothers and sisters from school are coming over, so I have to be a good host. Let's have a drink. I'll definitely look for you when I come back next time. Xia Jinyuan smiled and declined the invitation. After chatting with them for a while, he took Yi Qian back home. The people who asked him out for a drink were all of the same age. Although they weren't as close as Han Zheng, they got along well. They didn't really grow up in the villa complex. Some of them only moved to the villa complex when they were in their teens with their parents. Although they know each other, they aren't very close. Chapter 1890. There aren't many people who are very close to me. Han Zheng, whom you've met before, is one of them. There are a few others who are involved in satellites, research, business, and even overseas. I'll introduce them to you when we return to Beijing. As they grew up, it was inevitable that they would separate from each other. Although they were separated, their bond for doing bad things together did not diminish. Instead, it deepened. They understood each other, and they liked each other. Naturally, they could be brothers for life. Commander-in-Chief Xia was on the phone with the housekeeper of the old mansion. You don't have to let her in next time. I'll have a good chat with her. I'll come back to visit old madam in a few days. He spoke for 3 to 5 minutes before hanging up. After changing into casual clothes, he asked the guard to call back the two who had gone out for a walk. After walking for a while, the two of them pushed the door open and entered without waiting for the guard to come out. They saw the commander-in-chief, who had changed into casual clothes and was wearing a dark blue coat, standing in the living room. When he saw the two of them enter, he smiled and said, I was just about to ask the guard to look for you when you came back. Although he was smiling, Yi Qian could tell that he did not look too good. He must have been angry just now. There was still anger between his eyebrows. The commander-in-chief was not wearing a military uniform. Even if he was wearing casual clothes, his military aura could not be concealed. In addition, there was still anger between his eyebrows. His aura was so strong that it made people feel pressured. Yi Qian secretly glanced at the man beside him. Seeing his natural expression, he felt a little relieved. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was originally angry, smiled and said, Lao Lu, go get the car. We won't bring the guard today. It's just the three of us going out as a family. Xia Jinyuan, who acted as if he did not notice anything, sized him up and said, You're already a few decades old. Don't think that you're very young. You still have to pay attention to what you should. It's windy outside today. You'd better get a scarf. He asked the guard to go back to the room and get a scarf. In the past, the father and son often fought. When the father grew old and the son grew up, although they argued with each other, they were still filial. Yi Qian liked a warm family. Looking at the scene in front of him, the smile in his eyes was like a blooming flower, and his heart was full of joy. As for the unhappiness just now, it was like a stone thrown into a pond, and after the ripples, it was calm. He's getting more and more involved. Although the commander-in-chief complained, the smile in his eyes could not lie. He looked at his son, who was half a head taller than him, and then looked at the girl standing behind him with a smile on her face. He sighed softly and said, "This family finally looks like a family." It wasn't good to lose a mistress. It was too cold. Xia Jinyuan took the scarf from the guard and wrapped it around his father's neck. It's always looked like a home. I don't think there's anything different about it. In the future, when you have Yi Qian, you will also have grandchildren. Your home will be livelier and livelier every day. Yi Qian, who was standing behind her, twitched his mouth. The moment he saw the birth date, he was already thinking about having a child. Commander-in-Chief Xia loved to hear this. He was so happy that he patted Xia Jinyuan on the shoulder and said, "Good luck, I'll be waiting for your good news." His ex-wife, Madame Xiao, was a topic that could not be brought up. Forget it, it was better not to mention it. There was no need to dampen his spirits. Both father and son had similarities. Yi Qian finally understood what the similarities between the father and son in front of him were. They were both people who always thought one step ahead of others. Chapter 1891. By the time they left, it was already 5:30 p.m. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian, who had not changed into their casual clothes, walked out together with the commander-in-chief in their neat military uniforms. Their laughter was light, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. The restaurant was not in a crowded area, but in the depths of Hutong Alley near Huangcheng. They drove all the way to the entrance of a courtyard house. This used to be the residence of a high-ranking official, but now it was a private restaurant where ordinary people could not book a table even if they wanted to. There were 2 pairs of doors in front of Ruishi Town House, and there were already customers coming and going. In the twilight, it was obvious that they were all wealthy and respectable guests. The private room was antique, and the interior design was very typical of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Even the big chairs were made of high-quality yellow pear wood. There were small ornaments like jade bottles in the baguette. Although they were handicrafts, they were still expensive. Xia Jinyuan carefully pulled out a chair for Yi Jian and took over Commander-in-Chief Xia's coat. He didn't let the waiter help him hang it up himself. It's a private restaurant opened by an acquaintance. The chefs hired are all top chefs, and every one of them has their own specialty. We just came back from training and ordered a few light dishes. Next time, I'll bring you here to try the heavy dishes. Xia Jinyuan opened the menu. There was no greasy smell, and the fragrance of red sandalwood greeted him. Yi Qian realized that the menu was made of red sandalwood and made of paper. It did not look like a menu, but more like a piece of art. While waiting for the dishes to be served, the 3 of them chatted about some interesting things in life. They did not mention anything about the army, and they were very alert at all times. When the dishes were served, Commander-in-Chief Xia would occasionally signal Xia Jinyuan to put food in Yi Qian's bowl. Occasionally, he would say humorously, "Young people should have the courage of young people." He would also say, "When we were young, but when we were old, those were just memories. Little Yi, sometimes you should ask him to do more work. You should train him first." Every time Commander-in-Chief Xia said something like this, Yi Qian humbly listened to his advice. Xia Jinyuan said, "Your experience is purely misleading. Teach us less and we will figure it out ourselves. Or perhaps, you're trying to take revenge, aren't you? Why do you keep remembering what I did to you when I was young and ignorant? As a person, you have to look forward." Whenever the father and son met, Yi Qian would choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. He would just watch with a smile and not say anything. When Commander-in-Chief Xia saw that Yi Qian had stopped talking, he immediately turned his head and said, "Xiao Yi, do you know why I'm thinking about you?" He really didn't know. Yi Qian poured a cup of hot tea and asked with a gentle smile, "I really don't know." He did not expect the Commander-in-Chief to be so calm in private. She did not feel nervous at all. "Don't you remember? The old man couldn't win against the young man. I'll never forget this for the rest of my life." Commander-in-Chief Xia laughed heartily. This should be considered a dark history. He caused trouble outside, and I wanted to throw him directly into the juvenile detention center to discipline him. He was very capable, so he proposed to make a bet with me. Yi Qian accidentally heard a part of Commander-in-Chief Xia's dark history. This was the dark history of the top leader of the army, and she heard it without any preparation. The situation was similar to the last time when Xia Jinyuan mentioned Madame Xiao. She heard the whole story without any preparation. I had 10 bullets, and he had 10 bullets too. We made a bet that whoever could shoot perfectly would lose. The loser would have to run 3 kilometers around the field. At that time, I thought that there was no way I could lose. Even if I couldn't shoot perfectly, I still could. Chapter 1892. Later on, I did indeed score 9 out of 10. Compared to a kid who had never seriously practiced shooting, I thought that I would definitely win. What I didn't expect was that he would pick up the gun and shoot straight down. It was a perfect score. When Xia Jinyuan was 12 years old, the fights between father and son became technical. They would either do push-ups or hang on the horizontal bar. He always thought that the reason why he was so fit was all because of the fights he had with his father when he was young. I won, and he lost. The most hateful thing was that he still wanted to cheat. I gave up and cried at the shooting range. My father was afraid of losing face, so he had to agree. He was the one who started the bet, and he set the rules. In the end, he still cheated. Don't you think that makes me angry? Xia Jinyuan also remembered this incident. Although it was still fresh, it was still in the past. From the age of 14 to 26, a full 12 years had passed. I was the first to admit defeat to my son. At that time, I was the first to do so. No matter how I think about it, it's still embarrassing. In the end, I had to agree to his ridiculous demands. It's even more infuriating. After he finished talking about his dark history, Commander-in-Chief Xia used tea as wine and raised his glass to Xia Jinyuan. Don't be too proud. I'll wait for a grandson who is even more shameless than you to come and teach you a lesson. Yi Qian, who always trembled in fear when she heard about Xia Jinyuan's dark history, silently picked up her food. Her scalp tingled just thinking about a grandson who was even more shameless than Captain Xia. Don't worry. With a powerful father here, he won't have that chance. Also, if I can't win, there's still his mother. 1 against 2, he's definitely going to lose. Commander-in-Chief Xia finished his tea in one gulp. He didn't want to talk to Major Xia anymore. What a killjoy. Come, Xiao Yi, drink a cup of tea in place of wine with your uncle as a farewell. I still have a meeting tomorrow, so I won't be sending you to the airport. After changing out of his military uniform and into casual clothes, Commander Xia, who had returned to his normal life, was no longer the commander-in-chief who was respected by the generals of the 3 armies. Instead, he was a kind and humorous elder. One could feel his care and concern in every word he said. Captain Xia's home was a very warm home, and it was also the home she yearned for. Dinner ended at 8:00 in the evening. Xia Jinyuan took his wallet and went out to settle the bill. Commander-in-Chief Xia reminded Yi Qian, sincerity, steadfastness, trustworthiness, and responsibility are the principles of being a man. As a soldier, you must not only fulfill these 4 principles, but you also need to know how to be tolerant. Xiao Yi, be more tolerant so that your life won't be too bad. But if someone bullies you and you don't fight back, that's not tolerance, but weakness. Remember what I said. As long as you're right, I'll be there when something happens. You don't have to be afraid of anything, understand? For some reason, Yi Qian sensed a deeper meaning behind his words. He said uncertainly, "Do you know that I had a little conflict with Chief of Staff Du's daughter?" "Why? Are you afraid that I'll find out? Or are you afraid that I'll scold you?" Commander-in-Chief Xia couldn't help but shake his head and laugh at his panicked expression. You have a point. Even if I know, what's there to be worried about? Sixth brother should have told you about the matter between me and Chief of Staff Du had a conflict with his daughter. It happened. It's no big deal. If she dares to do anything, I'll naturally wait for her. Suddenly, an exasperated middle-aged woman's voice came from the private room. Xia Xinhui, are you in there? Commander-in-Chief Xia, who hadn't finished speaking, heard this and the smile on his face disappeared. He instantly revealed a majestic aura that no one could look directly at. Chapter 1893. Yi Qian suddenly felt that something was amiss. Since she dared to call out the commander-in-chief's name so rudely, it was obvious that she did not come with good intentions. "Take a seat, I'm going out for a while." The commander-in-chief stood up with a gloomy face. Just as he reached the door, he said, "I'll tell you about the old family matters later." This was an explanation to Yi Qian. He quickly stood up and said, "Do you want to invite her in to talk?" "Okay, you can go back with old Six later. I won't be going to the hospital. Say hello to Principal Chen for me." Commander-in-Chief Xia nodded slightly. The moment he opened the door and walked out, Yi Qian saw how dignified the commander-in-chief was. The military's prestige could not be violated at all. Yi Qian, who slowly sat down, felt a little restless. The commander-in-chief was a high-ranking military officer, yet the person who came was shouting and yelling without any regard for the commander-in-chief's dignity. She even said that it was an old family matter. Could it be? Could it be? Could it be? When she thought of Yi Qian on someone, she could not sit still for a moment. Madame Xiao, the commander-in-chief's ex-wife. She suddenly wondered if it was her. If it was Madame Xiao, it would be inappropriate for her to wait for Commander-in-Chief Xia to return to the private room before leaving. No, she could not stay. She had to leave immediately. She could not meet the Commander-in-Chief's private matters. A cold and deep voice came from outside. It was Commander-in-Chief Xia's voice. "Xiao Shuman, you're getting worse and worse." He did not hide his anger, and it was like a sudden clap of thunder. Yi Qian, who could no longer sit still, stood up. She had to leave. The door was pushed open again. The elegant and handsome Xia Jinyuan walked over with a gloomy expression. "Little fox, you can go back first. I need to help my father with something." Xia Jinyuan was in a bad mood. He didn't pay attention when he was paying the bill. He bumped into the person he didn't want to see the most. There was no trace of the smile on his handsome face. Only coldness could be seen on his face. "All right, don't lose your composure and don't make a ruckus outside. If you have anything to say, say it behind closed doors. Don't let others see you as a joke." Yi Qian didn't say it out loud, but Xia Jinyuan knew what she wanted to say. Xia Jinyuan nodded. "Don't worry, I won't give her a chance to make a scene. Let's go. I don't want you to get angry too." His biological mother, Madame Xiao, was definitely a weirdo. More than once, he had ridiculed Commander-in-Chief Xia for finding such a so-called talented woman back then. What talented woman? She was clearly a dull woman. He had a belly full of firewood, but none of it was real. Even if he chopped it up and burned it, it wouldn't make a fire. Madame Zhao's name was Shu Man. She was in her early 50s this year, 5 years younger than Commander-in-Chief Xia. She took good care of herself. From the back, it was easy to believe that she was in her early 30s. From the front, she looked like she was in her 40s. She had delicate eyebrows, cherry red lips, and a noble and elegant temperament. Yi Qian only took a glance at her before hurriedly leaving. Although she was Captain Xia's girlfriend, this was not an ordinary family matter. It was better for her not to know or hear about it. "Xia Xinhui, I'm Ah Yuan's mother. How can you not allow me to see him? As a soldier, how can you be so overbearing?" As he walked over, Yi Qian heard her complain. It was as if she had suffered 1,000 grievances. It was very moving. Then, another lady said softly, "Old Xia, why haven't you changed your temper after so many years? You have to understand that Shu Man misses her son very much. No matter what, you can't stop Ah Yuan from seeing his biological mother. Do some calculations. How many times has Shu Man seen Ah Yuan since she divorced you? I'm afraid that Ah Yuan doesn't even know who his biological mother is." Yi Qian couldn't listen to it anymore. He suddenly stopped and said to Xia Jinyuan, "Captain Xia, I'll go back to the car myself. Go and talk to this lady. Don't think that they're in the right. Chapter 1894. Yi Qian was also a protective person. She did not dislike Madame Zhao's words. After all, they were husband and wife. Even if they were divorced, their relationship was not something outsiders could casually comment on. When it came to matters between husband and wife, both sides had their own say. Since they couldn't live together anymore, it was better for them to get a quick divorce so that they wouldn't drag it out and become enemies. Even their children would be implicated. The reason why she avoided the matter between Commander-in-Chief Xia and Madame Xiao was because she felt that it was enough for the two of them to solve their problems. There was no need for others to interfere. However, this Madame's advice was interesting. Her words were pleasant to hear, but the meaning behind her words, she was clearly trying to drive a wedge between them. It was said that a good man did not fight with a woman. With Commander-in-Chief Xia's current status, it was even more impossible for him to fight with her. That madam had already convicted the Commander-in-Chief. Wasn't she just bullying the Commander-in-Chief because he was a man and his status made it inconvenient for him to argue with her? It was a pity that her current status was not very convenient. Otherwise, she would definitely argue with this madam. She could not go forward to argue, but Captain Xia could. As a son, he did not need to worry about the fact that he was facing two women. He only needed to remember that he was a son and stand up for his father. I think this madam did not come with good intentions. Captain Xia, you should go and argue for the Commander-in-Chief. Solve your own family's problems behind closed doors. There is no need for those unrelated people to get involved. She was afraid that Xia Jinyuan did not understand what she meant. Yi Qian, just make it clear. The Commander-in-Chief cannot argue with her, but you can. Yi Qian said softly and even pushed the man beside her. Go quickly. Don't let the Commander-in-Chief be at a loss for words. If my father knew that his daughter-in-law was so protective of him, he would be happy again. Their nervous expressions were really cute. Their faces were tense, and they were worried that the old man would be taken advantage of. Xia Jinyuan directly held her face and kissed her forehead. He chuckled and said, the old man will not be taken advantage of so easily. There are other reasons why he is not in a hurry to go in. Let's go. I'll send you back to the car first. Yi Qian was worried. He wanted to insist on going back alone, but then he remembered that Xia Jinyuan had always insisted, so he nodded and quickened his pace as he walked out. Although he was angry, it wasn't the kind of anger that couldn't be restrained. Perhaps he was too nervous. With Captain Xia's methods, he would not let himself and the Commander-in-Chief suffer. Yi Qian knew Xia Jinyuan very well. He had never been at a disadvantage in front of Madame Xiao. When he returned, he saw that Chief of Staff Du was also standing outside, basking in the limelight. His old man stood with his back straight and his hands behind his back. His cold and arrogant aura made Chief of Staff Du seem shorter. Old Xia, you're being silly. Shu Man is your son's mother. As a father, can you stop her? Sometimes, it's better to give in. Don't always bring your work style home. It's too boring to make the house like an office. They really won't make you lose face if you let them. Shu Man is not an outsider. It's reasonable for you to let them win, right? Hello, Chief of Staff Du. In the light, Xia Jinyuan strode over and greeted them elegantly and politely. Good evening, madams. When Chief of Staff Du, who was also dressed in casual clothes, heard the rather imposing voice of the young man behind him, he could not help but turn around. He then saw a tall and handsome young man who was obviously a soldier walking towards him. Chapter 1895. He sized him up and laughed. Oh, it's Xianxia. I haven't seen you for a few years. Ha ha ha, you've changed so much that I almost couldn't recognize you. You haven't changed at all. You're still as elegant as ever. Xia Jinyuan walked over and extended his hand. He wasn't wearing a military uniform, and it was a private meeting, so there was no need for a military salute. They could just shake hands. The moment the young and strong hand reached out, Chief of Staff Du's eyes darkened slightly. He smiled and said, "No, I'm old. I'm 5 years older than your father, and I'm already in my 60s. If I continue to change, I'll become an old man." Chief of Staff Du was 64 years old. He got married early, and his eldest son, Du Kaiwei, was nearly 8 years older than Xia Jinyuan. Commander-in-Chief Xia frowned when he saw him coming over. Didn't he ask him to accompany Xiao Yi back to the hospital? Why did he come back? He glanced at his ex-wife, who was opposing him, and his frown deepened. She used to leave in a carefree manner, but now that she was old and envious of others who had children and grandchildren, she came back to look for sixth brother. "Xiao Shuman, you've really been naive for a lifetime." Mrs. Xiao, who had been naive for a lifetime, hadn't seen her biological son for many years. At that time, she was so excited that tears were glistening in her eyes. Looking at her biological son who had grown so tall in the blink of an eye that she had to raise her head to see his appearance clearly, Mrs. Zhao's mouth trembled slightly. "Ah Yuan, don't you recognize me? Although you didn't raise me, you still gave birth to me. How can I not recognize you?" In the dim light, Xia Jinyuan, who had just finished exchanging greetings with Chief of Staff Du, lowered his eyes slightly and looked at Mrs. Xiao, who had been searching for herself. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't think too much." Although he spoke politely with a smile on his face, there was an invisible wall of alienation that made Mrs. Xiao unable to get close to him. This discovery made Mrs. Xiao tremble slightly, and at the same time, tears burst out of her eyes. "Ah Yuan, do you hate Mom, you?" Before she could finish her words, Xia Jinyuan had already looked away. Madame Xiao had no choice but to swallow her words and secretly wipe away her tears. The slender major stood in front of everyone. His innate noble temperament made him stand out even in front of the two senior generals in the army. "It's such a cold day. Dad, why don't you and Chief of Staff Do go back to the box and talk about our family matters? Mrs. Li, you should come as well. You've always cared about my family. With you around, Mrs. Xiao will feel more at ease." Before Chief of Staff Du could understand the meaning of his words, Mrs. Li's expression had turned cold. She said lightly, "Shu Man, your son is blaming me for being nosy." "Yes, I'm just an outsider. How can I intervene in the family affairs of Commander-in-Chief Xia? I'm meddling in other people's business. She's blaming me. It has nothing to do with you." Madame Xiao raised her hand and gently wiped away the tears that flowed out. She said to Madame Li, "I'll chat with the father and son. I won't eat with you and old Du. I'll thank you when I have time." Madame Li first looked at her husband, who shook his head slightly. She sighed and held Madame Zhao's well-maintained hand. "You don't have to be so polite with me. I'm really worried about old Xia's temper. Let me and old Du accompany you. If anything happens, you still have us. I won't trouble you and old Du. Qinglan, you go eat first. I'll talk to old Xia." Madame Xiao was not moved. She refused Madame Li's company and said to Chief of Staff Du, "Old Du, I'll leave you." Chapter 1896. Since she had already said so, what else could Chief of Staff Du say? He could only say, "Okay, I'll eat with Qinglan first. It won't be too late for you to come over if you're early." He then said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, "Old Xia, you two have a good chat. It's not a big deal. Since little Xia is also here, the family of three can sit down and have a good chat. There's nothing that can't be solved. We have to be meticulous in our work, but we can't do that to our family. We have to give in. We can't have a dictatorship." He had said a lot, but the main point was the last sentence, "We can't have a dictatorship." Xia Jinyuan was neither servile nor overbearing. He smiled elegantly and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Chief of Staff Du. In fact, whether it's at home or outside, we can't be a dictatorship or be special." Chief of Staff Du didn't know if there was a hidden meaning in his words, but he could only smile and leave with his wife. Mrs. Xiao, who had wiped her tears, saw that there were no outsiders present and said, "Where's the private room? We haven't sat down for a long time." "Ah Yuan, you should say a few words to your mother. It won't take up too much of your time. It just so happens that I also have something to say to Mrs. Xiao. Dad, please go back to the private room and have a seat. I'll ask the waiter to make a pot of tea. Xia Jinyuan was not in the mood to talk about their mother-son relationship. He said lightly and went to order the tea. When the tea was served, the three of them, who hadn't sat together for many years, sat in a triangle with a large distance between them. Mrs. Xiao looked at her son, who was unwilling to sit with her and didn't even look at her. She only felt bitterness in her mouth. She then looked at her ex-husband, who was sitting opposite her. Although he was old, he had more aura than when he was young. He had stayed in the army all this time and was now a commander-in-chief. She didn't dare to look at him more than a few times. Old, they were all old. Thinking back to the absurdity of their youth, they only felt that it was a dream. Every mistake was a mistake, and they didn't even have a chance to correct it. She didn't speak. Commander-in-Chief Xia was also calm. He sipped the freshly brewed hot tea and let his ex-wife look at him. Old Six often said that he had bad taste when he was young and found a woman who couldn't stand the pressure. In fact, he had good taste when he was young. When she was young, Miss Xiao was a famous talented woman. Although her family background was not as good as family Xia's, it was still a scholarly family in the south. Therefore, she had a scholarly temperament that ordinary women did not have. She had beautiful facial features and fair skin. She was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. At the end of the 50s, such a woman was usually the target of a boy's crush. He was no exception. Among a group of gray students, he saw his ex-wife at first glance. She was talented, beautiful, gentle, and could speak fluent French and English. In that era, ex-wives were quite popular. He had good taste. However, he had forgotten that the two of them were not suitable to start a family. She was used to being accompanied by her family, but he was destined to be uncertain when he would return home. There was no right or wrong, it was just that they were not suitable for each other. One wanted to escape from a family without a husband, while the other didn't have the heart to make up for it. Divorce was inevitable. However, he did not expect Sixth brother to dislike his ex-wife so much. Back then, his ex-wife had just given birth to Sixth brother when she asked for a divorce. Later on, he had begged her to wait until Sixth brother grew up before they divorced. When he was 3 years old, his ex-wife's patience reached the limit. Du Guoqiang's wife, Li Qinglan, brought back a gigolo. Good boy. The gigolo was none other than his ex-wife's neighbor who lived in France from the age of 12 to 15. Chapter 1897. When the childhood sweetheart met again, she disregarded his persuasion and insisted on a divorce. When he came back from the army and saw Lu, who was as small as a radish, he couldn't bear it and wanted to pursue him again. However, when his ex-wife found out, she was so scared that she flew to France to avoid seeing him. He had met Lu 3 times. Once when he was 10 years old, once when he was 16, and once when he was admitted to the military academy. They had met 3 times, so why did he dislike his ex-wife so much? Commander-in-Chief Xia was also quite puzzled. The room was silent, as if no one wanted to talk to her. Mrs. Xiao, who was over 50 years old, lit a cigarette for herself and slowly took a puff. She smiled bitterly as she blew out a smoke ring. It's fine if you two think I'm being unreasonable, but Xia Xinhui, it's an indisputable fact that I'm Ah Yuan's mother. It's something that can't be changed. Even if you don't want Ah Yuan to acknowledge me, the blood relationship between Ah Yuan and me cannot be changed. It's my fault for going to the old house today to disturb the old lady's peace. Xinhui, how many years has it been since I last saw my son? It's been 10 years since he was 16 and now he's 26. When I contacted you, you avoided talking to me. When I introduced my friend's daughter to Ah Yuan, you didn't even mention it to Ah Yuan. You didn't want Ah Yuan to meet me, so I could only go to the old house to find the old lady and beg her to let me see Ah Yuan. Xia Jinyuan originally wanted to accompany the guests, but now that he saw that they were obviously here for him, he had to stand up and say a few words. He was elegant and indifferent, and even his voice was flat and monotonous. Sorry to interrupt. Mrs. Xiao, who was smoking, saw Xia Jinyuan talking to her and immediately showed joy on her face. However, as soon as she showed her joy, she froze in an instant. Xia Jinyuan said calmly, I have to say something fair for my old man. Mrs. Xiao, all your thoughts are just self-righteous. First of all, my old man has never stopped me from meeting Miss Xiao. On the contrary, back then, Miss Xiao abandoned her husband and children for love and happiness. My old man often said that he had let Miss Xiao down and couldn't blame you for leaving. He also told me to look at the photos of Miss Xiao hugging me when I was free so that I would know that you actually loved me very much. I'm sorry, but I didn't manage to do it. From what I can remember, Miss Xiao always told me that if it weren't for me, you would have left the cage long ago. Mrs. Xiao, who was holding a cigarette between her fingers, turned pale when she heard this. The cigarette between her fingers fell onto the table in shock. She widened her eyes and looked at her son in disbelief. No. You. Impossible. Secondly, when the old man knew that you were back, he called me and asked me to go and see you. When I was 10 and 16, the old man forced me to go and see you. If it weren't for the old man, Miss Xiao, even if you were kneeling in front of me, I wouldn't have lowered my head to look at you. At this moment, Madame Zhao's face was so pale that it was covered with a layer of white dust. Even her lips had lost their color. Thirdly, why do you think that you have the right to find a girlfriend for me? Back then, you were the one who abandoned your husband and children. You were also the one who turned a blind eye to me and my old man. When I needed you, you weren't there. Now that I don't need you anymore, you appear again and even want to introduce a girlfriend to me. Miss Xiao, why do you have to force me? Back then, my father didn't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, do you really think that a military marriage can be divorced so easily? Chapter 1898. Madame Xiao felt as if her entire body was soaked in a freezing cold pool. Waves of coldness were like knives cutting into her flesh and bones. It was too painful, too painful. Those words hurt too much. This was her son, the son she gave birth to after carrying him for 10 months. But he hated her to the core. Oh my God, oh my God. She was such a failure in life that even her only family member hated her. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not have the habit of smoking. After hearing these words, he poured himself another cup of tea and sipped it without interrupting Xia Jinyuan. She would not give up until all hope was gone. He wanted to save some face for her, but she insisted on falling out with him. She was already in her 50s. If she continued to lose face like this, who knew how she would live in the future? Xia Jinyuan was a decisive person, especially when he saw that Madame Xiao had a good relationship with family Xia's political enemy. He knew that if he did not cut off the relationship, there would be trouble in the future. Madame Li was not a kind person. Some people became kinder as they got older, while some people became colder as they got older. Madame Li was the latter. In her eyes, only the Du family was the best. Family Xia had long been a thorn in her side. Who asked old man Xia to always be better than her husband? Since we've met today, I'll make things clear so that you won't blame the wrong person and think that old man Xia stopped me from letting you see me. You're wrong, Madame Xiao. You're really wrong. My father is a responsible man. He's a good old man who doesn't want his son to hate him. I'm the one who doesn't want to see you, not old man Xia. I don't dare to accept the women you introduced to me. I have to avoid all the things that you think are good in your eyes. I don't dare to accept them, and I'm also afraid of accepting them. I'm afraid that I'll accept your kindness. When I get married and have a child, I'll follow in old man Xia's footsteps and become both a father and a mother. I'll become an old man that no one wants. Yuan, don't say any more. It's Mom's fault. It's Mom's fault. Madame Xiao was sobbing uncontrollably. Mom was selfish. I only thought about myself and didn't think about you. Don't say any more. Mom was wrong. Mom was wrong. She cried sadly, but Xia Jinyuan was not moved at all. I don't have a mother. I only have an old man who is both a father and a mother. Don't keep calling me mother. I, Xia Jinyuan, have never called you that before, and I won't in the future. It's too late for you to blame yourself now. I've already grown up. When I was 16 years old, it was all thanks to you that I scolded the old man and said that he was irresponsible for raising me like a piece of trash. I sincerely thank you, Miss Xiao. It was all thanks to your scolding that I woke up to today's Xia Jinyuan. Tea in place of wine. Thank you for scolding me back then. If it wasn't for you calling me trash, I think I would have really become a trash instead of joining the army like an old man. Here's a toast to you. Feel free to do as you please. Xia Jinyuan finished the warm tea in one gulp and looked at Madame Xiao, whose makeup was all smudged from crying. He placed the tissue on the table and turned it around. Wipe your face. I'm a cold-hearted person. I won't be moved even if you bleed and cry. Madame Xiao was crying so hard that she couldn't even open her eyes. Her son. He hated her so much. She was indeed self-righteous and thought that as long as they were related by blood, everything would be different. Chapter 1899. Her life had been too smooth. When she was young, she did not suffer the hardships of her peers. Before the age of 12, she lived the life of a rich young lady with servants waiting on her. When she was 12, she went to France. When she was 15, she went to England. When she was 22, she came back to study and met Xia Xinhui, the son of a rich family. He doted on her. When she was 28, she gave birth to a Yuan. When she was 31, she divorced her childhood sweetheart and flew to France to settle down. Until now, she was used to being flattered, chased, and envied by others. She had forgotten. Only those who loved her would do that. Those who did not love her would not let her do as she pleased. His son did not love her, so he would not let her do as she pleased. If he wanted to introduce a girlfriend to his son, he would just say that she was not qualified. He was well-mannered and left himself some dignity. His tears seemed to be unstoppable. Chief Commander Xia winked at his son, who had a calm expression on his face. It was enough that he had said so much. If he continued, he might kill him. He was old and his heart was not in good condition. If he got a heart attack because of the brat's provocation, he would be in trouble. Xia Jinyuan, who still had a lot to say, saw that the old man kept winking at him. He even reminded Yi Jian in the end. Only then did he swallow back the words he had yet to say. Seeing that it was getting late, Major Xia, who thought that he had made himself clear, got up gracefully and politely said goodbye. It's getting late. I have something to do. Excuse me, Miss Xiao. Have a good night. Goodbye. The old man had already given him a look. Fine, for the old man's sake, he would not say anything. He would leave Miss Xiao, who was over 50 years old, with some dignity. However, if she was still stubborn, she could not blame him for being ruthless. Yi Qian, who had been waiting in the car for half an hour, saw a familiar figure walking out of the courtyard with high walls. His hands were in his trouser pockets, and his slender legs were walking step by step. His posture was relaxed, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll after a meal. There was not a trace of gloominess on his face. Yi Qian, who had his hand on the door handle, retracted it. It seemed that his mood was not affected. Not only was it not affected, but his steps were also much more relaxed than before he left. It seemed that Ms. Zhao's appearance did not have any impact. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, stared at the tall figure walking over. She had to observe carefully. Captain Xia was very good at hiding his emotions. Her gaze fell on the car through the windshield, causing the major to look over as well. There were street lamps in the parking lot, and the dim yellow light illuminated the ground. It also faintly illuminated the beautiful face in the car. Xia Jinyuan raised the corner of his mouth and quickened his pace. He didn't need another woman in his life. His little fox was enough. On the way to the hospital, Xia Jinyuan mentioned Miss Xiao. Yi Qian paid close attention to him and confirmed that his mood was not affected. Only then did he feel relieved. Xia Jinyuan's mood was not affected, and neither was Commander-in-Chief Xia. Before leaving, he graciously asked his ex-wife where she was going, and he sent someone to send her back. Ms. Xiao had a villa in Beijing. Every time she returned to China, she would stay there. She had just been hurt by her own son, so she did not plan to go back early. She declined Commander-in-Chief Xia's kindness and said in a low voice, "I'll go find Old Du, you can go first." Old Du was the chief of staff Du. Chapter 1900. Madame Xiao didn't think there was anything wrong with interacting with the Du family. She and Li Qinglan met in France and called each other Sister Lan. Later, they became closer and called each other by their names. They had known each other for 40 years. They had a good relationship and had close dealings with each other. Naturally, they were much closer. Commander-in-Chief Xia's face darkened when he heard that she was going to look for the Du family. He had to remind her, you know the relationship between family Xia and the Du family. Although Yuan didn't acknowledge you, you just said that you and Yuan's bloodline can't be broken. It's your freedom to make friends with whoever you want. I won't interfere, but I hope you don't do anything to hurt your only bloodline. Du family, you have to know your limits. Madame Xiao frowned when she heard her ex-husband mention her good friend. She nodded elegantly. The relationship between family Xia and the Du family has nothing to do with me, but since you mentioned Yuan, then I know. Although I didn't raise him, I gave birth to him after 10 months of pregnancy. When I was young, I said something that hurt his heart. He remembers and resents me. This is retribution from God, telling me that I can't be too presumptuous. The cycle of reincarnation will not forgive anyone. I swallowed the bitter fruit that I sowed. No matter how Yuan treats me, I asked for it. But if anyone wants to hurt Yuan, I won't sit idly by. You can rest assured about this. At the end, Madame Xiao mocked herself deeply. Her reddened eyes were faintly glistening with tears. Although she was over 50 years old, time was kind to her. She didn't worry, didn't ask about things, and was good at maintaining her appearance. It was possible to say that she was no more than 40 years old. The coquettishness of her youth had accumulated for most of her life and became calm elegance. She had black hair and gentle eyebrows. Although she lived selfishly, she lived with understanding. She always knew what she wanted and always knew that she wouldn't hurt herself. This kind of person lived with understanding more than anyone else. Unfortunately, they lived with too much clarity. The things they did would always intentionally or unintentionally hurt others. If they wanted something good, even if it was built on the basis of hurting others, they would still get it. It was rare to see such people who lived with clarity. His ex-wife, Xiao Shuman, belonged to this type of person. She would never sacrifice herself to help others. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at his beautiful ex-wife and nodded gently. You know, I won't say much. I believe you can do it. As long as she understood, there was no need to worry. Sixth brother was her child after all. In the past, she abandoned sixth brother for her own happiness. Now that she was old, she knew that the fallen leaf had to return to its roots. She wanted to repair her relationship with sixth brother. Based on this point alone, he believed that Madame Xiao would not side with outsiders. One good thing about selfish people was that they always knew what was most important to them. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not offer to send his ex-wife back. He took his coat and nodded slightly at Ms. Xiao, who was still sitting there, as if saying goodbye. Then, he opened the door and strode out. Outside the gate, Xia Jinyuan instructed the plainclothes guard who had come forward. He said softly, Commander-in-Chief, the car is parked outside. All right, let's go. Mrs. Xiao, who had not moved, heard her ex-husband's authoritative voice. As the door of the private room slowly closed, all the sounds outside were cut off. Sigh, it seems that I'm really old. She poured herself a cup of hot tea and slowly took a sip of it in a refined manner. Even though there were wrinkles on the sides of her eyes that were once as bright as autumn waters, Her temperament made the 54-year-old Madame Xiao age gracefully and calmly. Chapter 1901. She knew that she was a selfish person. Abandoning her husband and son was a treacherous thing in the past, but she never regretted it. It was useless to regret it now. After all, it was her own path. The only regret in her life was that she didn't expect that when she was old, she would want to talk to her son about life and listen to him talk to her. Unfortunately, her son was like her. He let go of things that he didn't want. She, as his mother, had been put down by him. He didn't need a mother's care in his world anymore. This was something she didn't expect. Schumann, why are you alone? Where's Xia? The closed door of the private room opened. Mrs. Li pushed the door open and entered. She saw Madame Xiao drinking tea alone. She was still as quiet as ever, as if she had never cried just now. She had a good life. No matter what, someone would stand up for her. This was where Li Qinglan couldn't compare to her. However, it was very different now. She had a son, but she didn't have one. Li Qinglan had 2 sons and 2 daughters. She had a prosperous family. She had a son to protect her family and a daughter to please her. Xiao Schumann could never compare to her in this aspect. Qinglan, come and sit with me. Yuan ordered black tea. It's quite to my liking. Madame Xiao smiled. She raised her hand elegantly and motioned for her friend to sit down and drink tea with her. Li Qinglan's eyes moved slightly. She sat beside her and said, Did Xia do anything to you just now? Did he agree to let you meet Yuan? Although Xia has a bad temper and we can only let him do whatever he wants, he's still reasonable. If you communicate with him well, he'll definitely agree. If he doesn't agree, you can tell old Du and me. We'll go and find him. I'll look for Xia outside, and old Du will look for him in the military. Let's see if he dares to avoid you. In my opinion, you're too soft and don't know how to fight. If old Du and I were here just now, Xia would have to give old Du some face. She had lived a wonderful life for most of her life, but she couldn't even see her only son in her old age. Alas, what was the use of living a wonderful life in the past? In the end, it was only right to see who would have the last laugh. You're almost 60 years old. Why haven't you changed your bad temper? Have some black tea. Madame Xiao smiled faintly. She poured tea for her old friend and handed it to her. Old Xia didn't stop me from seeing Yuan. It's Yuan who doesn't like me now. I can't blame anyone but myself. There's no hurry. It's my fault for not raising her. I'm sorry, Qinglan. I've implicated you and old Du to worry about me. I'll settle this matter myself in the future. I won't trouble you anymore. However, Madame Li was not happy. Instead, she pulled a long face angrily. What are you saying? Why are you being so polite to me? Sure, Lai doesn't have to stop you now. Yuan has grown up. Why should he be the bad guy? What he meant was that Commander-in-Chief Xia had stopped him in the past because Xia Jinyuan was still young. Now that Xia Jinyuan had grown up and believed that his mother did not want him, Commander-in-Chief Xia had achieved his goal, so it did not matter if he did not stop him. Li Qinglan was already a grandmother. She would not lower herself to get involved in other people's affairs. However, she had to get involved in family Xia matters. When she was young, she could stir up a family Xia. Now that she was old, she still had the ability to cause trouble for the younger generation of family Xia. Chapter 1902. He sighed again. Your business is my business. We've known each other for more than 40 years. You don't have any siblings, and you've also lost contact with your hometown. Seeing you all alone, my heart aches. Why don't I help you? Old Xia is a stubborn donkey. Old Du and I have experienced it. We should talk about this matter together. With your strength alone, you won't be able to do it. Old Xia is no longer a small regiment commander. He is now the commander-in-chief. If he wants to, Schumann, you won't be able to win against him. These words were nothing after hearing them too much. She might be influenced when she was young, but it would be difficult when she was old. Madame Xiao, who was listening quietly, did not interrupt her. She sat there gracefully with a gentle smile on her lips. She was as silent as a painting. After her friend finished speaking, she smiled and said, "Old Xia has never been a bad person. You are still biased against him. All right, let's not talk about the father and son. Is Jai here yet? I miss her so much." She changed the topic lightly. Madame Li's eyes dimmed before she smiled and said, "She's here, she's here. When she didn't see you, she made a fuss. I was pushed out by her to look for you. Then why are we still sitting here? Let's go. We can't let her wait too long." Madame Xiao stood up happily and said, "Daughters are still the best. Daughters are their mother's intimate little jackets. Qinglan, you are so blessed. Who didn't like their children being praised?" Madame Li's greatest sense of accomplishment was that she had 2 sons and 2 daughters. She smiled and the crow's feet at the corner of her eyes deepened. "I can't compare to you. You are someone who can take things and let them go." The 2 of them walked out of the private room while talking and laughing. Madame Xiao smiled and sighed. "I was thinking about whether to make Jai and Yuan together. What a pity." What was a pity? Madame Xiao didn't say it. Li Qinglan smiled and didn't say anything. It was a pity that family Xia and the Du family had different political views. They were destined not to be in-laws. When they returned home, Madame Li told them everything. Chief of Staff Du's face was solemn. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Did Xiao Shuman understand something when she suddenly asked us not to interfere? What does she want to understand? Old Du, Shuman is not stupid. She knows best when she is alive." Mrs. Li, who was lying in the massage chair and relaxing, said lightly, "I've known her for 40 years. I know her and she knows me. She knows what I've done. She doesn't expose me because those things have nothing to do with her. Shuman never worries about things that have nothing to do with her." Chief of Staff Du didn't understand what his wife said. In his eyes, Xiao Shuman was a person who couldn't tell the difference between grain and grain. She had someone to do everything for her. She didn't have any opinions at all. "You said that she knows how to live, but I think she's just a muddle-headed person. I don't understand the things between you women, and I'm too lazy to figure it out. As long as Xia Xinhui doesn't have a chance to be promoted in the next 2 years, I'll be at ease." Women sought the hearts of the people at home, while men sought power outside. What Chief of Staff Du needed was power and power. "I'll do my business, and you do yours. We're both grandparents. It's okay to be a little muddle-headed occasionally." Madame Li didn't say what she would do next. She closed her eyes as if she were sleeping. She was old and felt tired after a little effort. It was impossible for her not to worry about it. Chapter 1903. The mountain that blocked the Du family had not been dug out yet. She still had a son and a daughter who had not started a family yet. Even though her grandchildren had been born, she could not admit that she was old and had to continue to plan. As Madame Li was calculating in her mind, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian had returned to the hospital early and chatted with Principal Chen for a long time. They had not seen Principal Chen for several months, so they had a lot to say to him. Yi Qian mentioned what had happened in school, on the training ground, and with his classmates. As for the joint training of the 2 teams, he did not mention a word. Yi Qian knew what should be said and what should not be said. "Fighting is actually a foreign thing to me. When I saw my classmate being bullied and forced into an alley, I rushed over. A group of motley crew thought that they were great. Seeing them made me angry, so I joined hands with a few boys to teach them a lesson." Yi Qian mentioned that before the joint training, Su Wen had been forced by several gangsters and then they had fought together. He mentioned Song Jiqiu. "I didn't expect him to be Yang Heng's cousin. I met an acquaintance. Yang Heng. Is he the son of Director Yang of the Transportation Bureau?" Xia Jinyuan was no stranger to Yi Qian's high school life. He knew all the boys and girls around her. "Do you still remember him?" Yes, he is Director Yang's son. Song Jiqiu told me that he has gone to Australia to study. Yi Qian said in a low voice. Her voice was as clear as the water in the mountains, tinkling happily. When she smiled, her eyes curved like the crescent moon above the treetops. Looking at her, Xia Jinyuan felt a little warm in his heart. He liked her smile very much. It was bright, pure, and full of hope for life. Principal Chen listened to her. His face was still a little gloomy, but the smile on his thin face never disappeared. This girl seemed to be living a good life. She completed her studies and trained hard at the same time. She achieved excellent results again and again. As Commander-in-Chief Xia said, she could shine by herself without any support. Talents were hard to come by, and an all-round talent like Little Yi was even harder to come by. The army had entered a period of reform, and the same was true for the grassroots companies. In the future, the soldiers would no longer have junior high school education as the main force. They would gradually develop towards high school and university education. Improving the quality of the entire army was part of the reform. Lassie had come at a good time, a good opportunity. The three of them had no choice but to stop when the doctor arrived at 11 o'clock. The two of them didn't stay at the hospital to accompany them. They were directly sent to the hotel by Principal Chen to rest. He said, "If the two of you sleep outside, you're clearly trying to make me lose sleep. Little Xia, bring Little Yi to a hotel. She has an exam the day after tomorrow. How is she going to take the exam if she doesn't have the energy?" Yi Qian still had to take the exam the day after tomorrow, and her goal was to get the title of Outstanding Student directly after graduation. It wasn't easy to get this title. Her exam results and physical fitness scores had to be at the top. If she made a mistake, she would miss the opportunity. Xia Jinyuan moved 2 folding beds over and planned to stay with Yi Qian. Principal Chen obviously wouldn't agree. His face darkened, and he said to Xia Jinyuan, "Little Xia, if she's unreasonable and doesn't listen to advice in the future, just come back and tell me. I'll talk to her. She needs to be taught a lesson sometimes. She can only do as she pleases." "How can she? You can't just go along with everything she does. You have to persist in what you have to." Chapter 1904. Yi Qian was dumbfounded. He instantly thought that Xia Jinyuan would have someone to rely on in the future. Principal Chen's words tonight were definitely a big gain for Xia Jinyuan. He raised his eyebrows at Yi Qian, looking quite proud of himself. Seeing his proud expression, Yi Qian secretly clenched his fists. "Uncle Chen, you don't know how thick-skinned the guy in front of you is, and he has a lot of hands and feet. You're asking me to sleep in a hotel? You're sending me to the tiger's den." He was too embarrassed to say it out loud, so he could only scream silently in his heart. The doctor asked them to leave as soon as possible, but Principal Chen waved his hand to chase them away. Yi Qian had no choice but to take his luggage and go to the hotel. The hotels near the General Military Hospital were all busy, and the affordable rooms were already fully booked. As Major Xia had requested, they booked a luxurious suite that most people wouldn't be willing to spend money on. There was a bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a balcony with a view. Even though the hotel receptionist said that their rooms were very good, Yi Qian didn't give up and asked again, "Are you sure you don't have a standard room? Are you sure there aren't any guests who have checked out?" The management of a 5-star hotel wasn't so messy that they didn't know how many rooms there were. The receptionist gave a standard smile and explained patiently, "Hello, madam, there really aren't any rooms available. Someone didn't want to stay in this room and checked out at the last minute. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any rooms available." Xia Jinyuan, who had paid the deposit and received the room card, saw that she was still unwilling to give up. His thin lips curled up a few times, and he carried her luggage towards the elevator. "If you came early, you could still book 2 rooms. It's good enough that you came in the middle of the night to get a room. I didn't expect Uncle Chen to be so insistent." Yi Jian chased after him. It was not that they had never slept in the same room before. It was just that the man beside her always liked to say mushy things when no one was around. However, after thinking about it for a while, Yi Jian felt that her face was already red at this time. Xia Jinyuan had already seen her unnatural expression from the elevator mirror. TSK, 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 she was still so easily embarrassed. The more shy she was, the more he wanted to do this. Even though he was in military uniform, he still couldn't change the bad habit he had since he was young. It had been a long time since they had shared a bed. Should they chat until dawn tonight? Perhaps, they could do something adults should do. As this thought flashed through his mind, the young major's sexy Adam's apple couldn't help but move slightly. Doing some adult things. He really wanted to. Xia Jinyuan began to think. When he looked at Yi Qian again with his noble eyes, there was a hint of flirtatiousness in his eyes. He also saw Yi Qian subtly take a small step back. Yi Qian felt an inexplicable sense of danger. He looked at him warily, then glared at him fiercely. You'd better behave yourself. We're here. After receiving her warning, Xia Jinyuan was very calm. The elevator door opened with a ding. He pressed the button and asked Yi Qian to go out first. It's late. Take a shower first. I'll go make the bed. We booked a suite. There's one bedroom and one living room. There will be a sofa in the living room. I'll sleep on the sofa and you'll sleep on the bed. Yi Qian, who came out first, stopped in his tracks. He looked back at the man with the luggage in disbelief. Why did it feel so surreal all of a sudden? Her reaction made the seemingly serious major laugh in his heart. He began to tease Yi Qian, who couldn't be any more serious. He deliberately said, "Huh? You don't want to? You can't bear for me to sleep on the sofa, so you want me to sleep with you on the bed?" He was too serious. Yi Qian was even more certain that he wasn't going to be so honest. Captain Xia, I won't believe you even if you suddenly become serious. Yi Qian took the room card from his hand. He glanced at him lightly, then took the room card away and strode in. Chapter 1905. She didn't notice that the man behind her had a dark look in his deep, smiling eyes. His slightly raised smile was both good and evil, and it was a smile that could mesmerize women even more. The room was worth the price. Just as the receptionist said, the living room was very spacious, and there was a very long corner sofa. The sofa faced a large balcony with a view of the night view of Beijing. The view was so wide that it was indeed relaxing. Looking at the sofa that was big enough for one person to sleep on, Yi Qian was already planning to take out a blanket from the cabinet and cover it with it when he went to take a shower so that he wouldn't be allowed to enter the bedroom. Although they had slept together and it wasn't as stressful to face him again, the evil smile on his face in the elevator just now made her heart beat wildly. She had to be more vigilant against this dangerous yet elegant man. Go take a shower first, I'll make the bed. Xia Jinyuan put down his luggage and took the initiative to find the cabinet. He took out 2 layers of spare blankets from the cabinet and carefully laid them on the sofa. Yi Qian watched as he came out with the blankets. He stretched out his long arms and familiarly shook off the blankets without her help. Hurry up, I can make the bed myself. The major frowned slightly as he shook off the blankets, as if he didn't understand why she was still standing there. He simply threw the blankets in his hands onto the sofa, walked up to her, and asked in a low voice, "Is there anything else you want to talk to me about?" Yi Qian pursed her lips and pointed at the sofa. You are taking the initiative. I'm still not used to it. After she finished speaking, she looked at him, trying to find something from his handsome features. However, the man standing in front of her was calm and composed, and his gaze was gentle and deep. It was as if there was a dark look in his eyes, but also as if there was nothing. Xia Jinyuan chuckled, and his sexy thin lips curved slightly. The evil smile that flashed past in the elevator was now on his handsome face. Little fox, you're making things difficult for me. I don't know what to do to satisfy you. If you don't let me sleep on the bed, I won't sleep on the bed. Now that I've chosen the sofa, you're saying that there's a problem. Then tell me, what's wrong with me? She wouldn't be standing here if she could. Seeing his face getting closer and closer, Yi Qian immediately bent down to pick up the luggage and avoided his kiss. You make the bed. I'll take a shower first. Forget it. Counter soldiers with arms, water with earthware. Alright, do you want some water? I'll go pour a pot of water. Sure. Yi Qian went straight into the bedroom and closed the door behind him. Even though the door was tightly shut, it could not stop Xia Jinyuan from looking at her in the dark. He might let her escape now, but later. He would not let her escape again. When Yi Qian came out of the shower, he saw Xia Jinyuan holding the kettle and bending over to pick up the corner of the blanket that had fallen on the carpet. The water was flowing out of the kettle. Just as Yi Qian said, "Be careful," Yi Qian gasped. The kettle in his hand fell onto the blanket, and steam rose from it. Scalded? Quick, rinse it with cold water. Yi Qian rushed over and grabbed the wrist of the man who was shaking his hand because of the burn. Why are you still shaking your hand? Rinse it with cold water. Xia Jinyuan looked at the scalded skin on the back of his hand. Although it hurt a little, it was worth it. Rinse it for a long time so that it won't blister. Don't you know that you should put the kettle down before picking up the blanket? Yi Qian turned on the tap and placed his hand under the blanket. He frowned and stared at the scalded area. I'll ask the front desk if they have any burn ointment. Chapter 1906. The front desk quickly sent a waiter to bring some burn ointment. When Yi Qian heard the door open, he motioned for Xia Jinyuan to continue rinsing the burn with water while he quickly went to open the door. After turning down the water flow, Xia Jinyuan saw his lover smiling and thanking the waiter. He glanced at the burn that was about the size of a coin, and his thin lips couldn't help but curl up again. Burn was really not part of his plan. His plan was to accidentally spill all the water when he bent down to pick up the quilt and wet it. If the quilt was wet, he would have an excuse to share the bed with her. He wasn't afraid that she would ask the waiter to bring another quilt. He would always have a solution. However, no matter how good his plan was, he still made a mistake. He didn't expect to burn himself. Although it hurt, it was worth it. Outside, Yi Qian declined the waiter's kindness, closed the door, and hurried back to the kitchen with the burn. It's just a small burn. You don't have to go to the hospital. Thank you. Burns were the most common injuries in life. Even the most cautious people couldn't avoid them. Yi Qian didn't suspect that Xia Jinyuan did it on purpose. When Yi Qian hurried back to the kitchen, he saw Xia Jinyuan wiping his hands with a dry towel. Before leaving the hospital, both of them wore a dark-colored coat in their luggage to cover their winter military uniforms. When they entered the room, they habitually took off their coats and hung them in the wardrobe at the side of the entrance. They were both wearing their winter uniforms. The tall and straight man was wearing a dark green military uniform that was tailored to his masculinity. He stood in the shadows of the spotlights. His unruly short hair, exquisite and elegant side profile, and the natural elegance that flowed out from his every move could inadvertently make people who were familiar with him fall into a trance. His hands were slender and didn't become tanned even after being exposed to the elements. After being rinsed with water, they were so fair that they looked like pearls. No one would think that these were a pair of hands that held guns, but rather a pair of slender hands that lingered on the black and white piano keys. Although his hands were beautiful, the burn on the back of his hand was an eyesore. Yi Qian frowned again. It should take 10 minutes to rinse. You only took 5 minutes. It's not serious. 5 minutes is enough. Xia Jinyuan set up the towel and turned to look at his lover, who was frowning. He laughed and said, "Don't look like that. It's not a big deal. It's just a small burn." Yi Qian retracted her gaze from his handsome face and took a deep breath. She calmed herself down before approaching him. This is a cooling ointment. Apply it first, then apply it again after you're done bathing. Remember to avoid hot water when you're bathing. Yi Qian held the pair of hands that countless women wanted to hold. He squeezed out a light green ointment that smelled cool and refreshing, and carefully applied a thin layer of it. He lowered his eyes and reminded her softly, "Next time, remember to put down the boiling water in your hands first before doing anything else." It's not too bad today. It's only a small burn on the back of your hand. Even if it leaves a scar, it won't affect anything. What if you burn your face? Captain Xia, even if you don't become a soldier one day, you can definitely rely on your face to make a living after you retire. You should take good care of such a good resource. As a woman, of course she was happy that her boyfriend was handsome. Everyone loved beauty, and she was no exception. Major Xia was speechless. Little fox, I didn't expect you to care so much about your appearance. I've heard you tell me several times to take good care of my face. Chapter 1907. Of course I care. Since I've found myself a good-looking boyfriend, of course I'd like to look at a good-looking face every day. Yi Jian said confidently and raised her hand to touch his face. Your face was born to make women commit crimes. Now I'm taking the risk of being stabbed by other women to take down the owner of this face. If you don't protect it well, you'll be letting me down. It felt good to be taken advantage of by his girlfriend. Even if it was because of his face, Major Xia thought it was because of his charm. His face was his, so naturally he was charming. Looks like I'll have to take good care of you. I'm afraid that if my face gets disfigured one day, my little fox will abandon me because of that. Yi Qian nodded seriously and said responsibly, that's right. In the future, we'll have to look at your face. If your face gets disfigured while I'm still as beautiful as a flower, wouldn't you feel inferior? Good Lord, she's getting bolder. She's making fun of me so skillfully. She was already smiling like a flower. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Under the hazy white light of the spotlights, the girl with the fragrance of a bath really looked like a fox demon. She was so charming that she could hook people's hearts. Xia Jinyuan gradually stopped smiling. His dark eyes turned deep, like an unfathomable ancient well that locked the person who was reflecting the water. He suddenly took a step closer to her. His sudden action startled Yi Qian. She instinctively dodged to the side and pressed her butt against the counter. She looked at the approaching man warily. What are you doing? I'm just telling the truth. Could it be that, you're angry? There were too many unfathomable dark colors flowing in his eyes, and there were even specks of starlight flashing through them. The young major who had been so noble and outstanding just a moment ago was now filled with danger from head to toe. It wasn't the danger of pure darkness, but the danger of temptation. The dangerous major and the elegant man made her a little flustered. Xia Jinyuan calmly looked at Yi Qian, who had nowhere to run. His thin lips curved slightly as he took a step forward and instantly pulled her into his arms. His chest was very broad, firm, and gave off a sense of security. Yi Qian actually bumped into his own chest when he was suddenly pulled by him, and it hurt a little. Yi Qian raised his head and stared unblinkingly at the handsome, domineering face in front of him. He swallowed with some difficulty. This kind of Xia Jinyuan, although dangerous, still made her heart race. She had to admit that the reason she had agreed to him on impulse in her third year of high school had a lot to do with this elegant face in front of her. Even though they had known each other for 5 or 6 years now, every time she looked at his facial features, her heart would race uncontrollably. Fortunately, she had good self-control. Otherwise, she suspected that she would have pounced on him in advance and made the first move to gain the upper hand. For a moment, Yi Qian was lost in thought as he stared at the major's handsome face. Do you like my face that much? Would it be more convenient for you to look at it if I stood closer? He lowered his head and leaned over. His deep voice sounded, and there was a deep affection for her in his sexiness, as well as the indulgence of a man towards a woman. Wouldn't it be more convenient if I looked at it like this? Or should we look at it while touching it? He held Yi Qian's hand and pressed it against his cheek. He asked her in a low voice, wouldn't it be more enjoyable? The palm of her hand pressed against his cheek, and the warm touch made Yi Qian shiver violently. Before she could fully recover from her shock, her heart melted from the adoration in his eyes. Chapter 1908. Yi Jian, who thought that she could face him calmly, could not resist such a gentle attack. She wanted to resist, but what she got in return was his indulgence. I'm born with a pretty face. Can I only let you look at it? I won't show it to anyone else. Other than you, I won't show it to another woman, okay? Answer me, okay? Captain Xia, where did you learn all these sweet nothings? It used to be mushy, but now it was even more mushy. Her ears felt like they were on fire just from hearing it. Yi Jian knew that she couldn't hold on any longer. His handsome face was getting closer and closer. His breath had completely surrounded her. There was no way she could escape. Slightly, what's wrong? Don't you want to have me all to yourself? He pressed her hand down and let her palm caress his handsome face, interrupting her words. Slightly what? Do you still need to think about it? His thin lips slowly curved into an unrestrained flirtatious smile. A clean face. Little fox, don't you want to have me all to yourself? I only belong to you, and I'm only willing to show it to you. Are you not willing? Willing. 10 million willing. Yi Qian nodded frantically. Something was wrong. Captain Xia was very strange tonight. His words were too profound. He was handsome, said sweet nothings, and looked at her with such deep affection. This was great. Even her legs were starting to turn to jelly. Yi Qian touched his face with her right hand and blocked his body with her left hand. She was trying to calm herself down. She pursed her lips and said softly, "You can say whatever you want, but you're too close. I can't see it clearly. Why don't you back away a little more? You don't have to back away too far. Just 2 or 3 steps will do." Her face was red, her heart was in a mess, and even her legs started to tremble. The Major's skills were improving day by day. Even if she chased after him, in the end, she still could not win. Xia Jinyuan did not believe it. Once this cunning fox in front of him realized there was danger, her first reaction would be to run. She wanted to run? Sorry, he didn't want to see her escape at all. The more she escaped, the more he wanted to make her stay. Let's see where else she could escape to. The kitchen is only so big. I can't retreat too far. The distance is just right. The Major, who had begun to reveal his hunter's nature, leisurely circled around his beloved prey. His waist bent a little more, forcing Yi Qian to stand on his tiptoes and lean back against the counter. It's hard to see clearly in this position, right? Why don't we change to another position to look at it? At 26 or 27 years old, he was so clean that no one would believe him. Tonight's main course won't be served, let's have a side dish. Young people were full of vigor. Being alone in a room with their beloved, it would be too abnormal for a single man and woman to not do anything. Yi Qian was extremely regretful right now. She clearly knew that the man in front of her was a dangerous man. She didn't have a high level of cultivation, but she still dared to flirt with him first. She brought this upon herself. What's more, changing a position. Although she was a little dizzy now, it was not to the point where she lost her rationality and her heart. Washing his hands in the kitchen or applying medicine, he could do all sorts of things. Changing the position, the sofa in the living room? The big bed in the bedroom? If they changed the position, there would be more tricks up his sleeves. How could she be fooled? Chapter 1909. Yi Qian, who sensed danger, tried her best to look calm. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she blinked and said delicately, "I haven't been sleeping well recently, so my eyes are a little tired. Everything I see is a little blurry, so it's the same in another place." That was a good excuse, but for someone as thick-skinned as Major Xia, it was only a matter of time before her excuse was exposed. His brows furrowed slightly. His indulgence already contained a hint of heartache. His slender fingers caressed her eyebrows, and his slightly calloused fingers gently rubbed the side of her eyebrows. "I'll help you relax. You just have to close your eyes." Relax and close my eyes. Captain Xia, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Close my eyes and relax. She would only be more nervous. Yi Qian laughed dryly. No need. Go take a shower now. I'll just apply a hot towel to your eyes. It's almost midnight, Captain Xia. You can really go take a shower now. Yi Qian, who was pressed against the counter, moved sideways to the right. There was a door on the right, so she had to rush out. However, the two of them were too close, and she was tiptoeing. She purposely left Xia Jinyuan with her tiptoes, and the 1 centimeter distance between them was reduced to nothing. Although there was still some distance between their upper bodies, their lower bodies were so close together that they couldn't be any closer. Xia Jinyuan was a little stiff, and it was obvious from the way he held her hand tightly. He didn't expect Yi Qian's movement to actually let her experience what a normal man was like. He was indeed addicted to saying sweet nothings, but he still controlled the distance between their lower bodies very well, so as not to startle his little fox. He didn't have much self-control left when it came to her, so he used the last bit of self-control to control the distance between their lower bodies. Now, the last bit of distance between them was broken. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian, who was completely stiff, and his handsome face was slightly embarrassed. It's a normal man's reaction. Don't be too surprised. It didn't seem appropriate to call him a hooligan. Calling him indecent. It wasn't as if she had just found out that he was indecent. Calling him impatient didn't seem appropriate. She had told herself before that the word impatient had long been wiped clean from his dictionary. With the relationship between the two of them, it would be too pretentious to scold her. Yi Qian's brain spun as he used the hand that could still move to push against his chest. His lower body was really too close. He could feel even the slightest change in his body. It was very sturdy and full of manly strength. It was also very scary. He could feel the scorching heat through their clothes. Previously, when he had washed his hands by the stream after completing a mission in the southern province, he had also felt it when he rolled into the grass. However, that was in the grass. Now that he was in a room, his mood was different, and the changes he could feel were also different. Her gaze drifted away as she gently reminded him, "I'm not surprised. Go and take a shower first. Don't overeat, don't overeat." At this critical moment, Yi Qian stopped himself from saying the last words. He stopped so quickly that he even bit his own tongue. There was still a hint of blood and rust in his mouth. Unfortunately, although she only said the word overeat, it was still out loud, and the man opposite her instantly understood what she wanted to say. As soon as she blushed, Xia Jinyuan stood up. He was a thick-skinned person. His normal reaction was caught off guard by his girlfriend. He felt as if he had been caught red-handed doing something bad, which made him a little embarrassed for a moment. Chapter 19:10. Now that she was blushing, he let go of her. Blushing meant that she knew and understood. She knew that men were impulsive and understood that a man's body would change when he was impulsive. Was there a need for him to blush? There was no need at all. However, Major Xia did not continue to press against her. Forget about the kitchen. Both of them were newbies. They could explore the kitchen when they were more familiar with it. He took the initiative to distance himself from her and let go of her hand at the same time. He placed his hands on the countertop and locked her in his arms. "Are you trying to say that you shouldn't burst?" As he spoke, he let out a low chuckle. His mellow laughter was so sexy that it made one's heart go numb. "If it was that easy to burst, I would have burst several times in front of you." Yi Qian had the urge to knock herself out. How could she say such things, especially to him? She knew that he would take advantage of her. "No, I'm saying that you should stop messing with me. You can take a shower and sleep." The commander-in-chief had repeatedly reminded her not to let him take advantage of her. Otherwise, she would be the one at a disadvantage. Yi Qian composed herself and pretended to be scared. "Hurry up and take a shower. You smell like disinfectant." "I don't like it." His gaze was really scary. It was as if he wanted to eat her up. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled at his lover who was blushing. He smiled meaningfully. "Okay, go back to the room and wait for me." Go back to the room and wait for him? She was dreaming. Yi Qian smiled and nodded. Okay, hurry up and go. Seeing that he was about to get up, he said, You bit your tongue just now, right? Are you going to spit it out for me to see? Or should I put my hand in to check? He always gave her a fright. Yi Qian took several deep breaths and suppressed the heat on her face. No, I'll just swallow my saliva. I don't need to trouble you. Whether he spat it out or did something else, the result would be the same. Rejecting him was the best choice. Xia Jinyuan, who knew what was right and proper, did not press her any further. His little fox could not be pushed too hard. If he pushed her too hard, she might escape to the hospital to look after Uncle Chen. He would wait until he took a shower and went into the room before slowly grinding with her. He would leave the main dishes aside for the time being, but he would have to try the side dishes. That's good. You check if the bite is serious. I'm going to take a shower. Finally, Major Xia Jinyuan withdrew his hands and stood up straight. Naturally, he also straightened his back. Yi Qian lowered his gaze and accidentally glanced at his most spectacular part. His heart skipped a few beats. He cleared his throat guiltily and turned to face the door. I got it. Go do what you need to do. I know what to do. Usually, she really couldn't see anything different, but now that she saw it, even her vision was severely impacted. It was simply too spectacular. Xia Jinyuan had always been satisfied with his figure and was quite confident in his masculine features. Looking at Yi Qian, whose neck had turned red, he took a deep breath. Although her gaze was insubstantial, he could feel the tenderness that brushed past him. It made him tremble slightly. She was really a torturer. Yi Qian did not know that he was a torturer. As soon as he stepped into the bathroom, she went back to her room and immediately locked the door. Yi Qian, whose back was against the door, was breathing heavily. There was danger tonight. She had to be on guard. Chapter 1911. How could she prevent that? That was a big problem. Yi Qian looked around the bedroom, then finally fixed his gaze on the two bedside cabinets. Picking locks was a piece of cake for Captain Xia, and he could do it easily. She couldn't prevent him from picking the door, but she had to prevent him from opening the door immediately even if he picked the lock. Yi Qian picked up one of the bedside cabinets and placed it behind the door. After confirming that the cabinets were firmly behind the door, Yi Qian clapped his hands in satisfaction. In this way, even if Xia Jinyuan picked the lock, it would be difficult for him to open the door immediately. Yi Qian only went into the bathroom to dry his hair after making sure that she could detect him in time and avoid him. Xia Jinyuan, who was also doing something, didn't expect Yi Qian to guard against him as if he was a thief. He blocked the water pipe with a towel and tightened the pipe. Xia Jinyuan, who was covered in foam, opened the pipe cage. Great, not a single drop of water flowed out. He didn't want to do something like picking locks that would ruin his image. He just blocked the water pipe while he was taking a shower and knocked on the bedroom door with only a towel wrapped around his lower body. Are you asleep? There's a problem in the bathroom outside. There's no water in the shower. Help me check if there's any water in there. Compared to picking locks to break into a room, openly knocking on the door was much more upright. Even if he wanted to use tricks, he had to be more advanced. He couldn't use tricks that could be easily seen through. In particular, he needed to outwit an extremely intelligent fox. She could see through the tricks of a lowly person with just a glance. If he didn't put in some effort, if she saw through it, not only would he lose face, he would also be despised by her. In order to protect his face and maintain his image, Major Xia felt that it was necessary for him to scheme once. Advanced tricks were not called tricks. For example, he used a towel to block the water pipe. Although it was a small matter, it required a lot of skill. Therefore, it should be called a strategy to achieve great things. Why was it said that thieves with many tricks would never achieve great things? It referred to petty cleverness. After deceiving people once, they wouldn't be able to deceive them a second time. Those who achieved great things also needed to use methods to achieve great things. Their methods were high in number and high in technical content. When they made a move, they would be able to shake the world and cause a storm. This was not a method, but a strategy. When Xia Jinyuan was young, he had done bad things and told lies as a spy. Master Xia had seen it all and only asked him if he wanted to be a thief or a great talent. He knew why the two of them had completely different reputations even though they used the same methods. From then on, he no longer disdained to use self-righteous little tricks. Either he didn't do anything, or if he did, he would do it without anyone knowing. Even if others knew that he had done something bad, they wouldn't have any evidence. At that time, Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't know that at such a young age, he already knew how to strategize, so he suffered countless losses. Fortunately, Master Xia did not know that his grandson was using strategy to achieve what he wanted to do. Otherwise, he would be so angry that he would whip him. Now, Major Xia, who was thinking about how to get a few side dishes, blocked the water pipe and calmly knocked on the door. He said, "Little fox, I'm covered in bubbles now. Open the door and let me in to take a look." There was no sound inside. Xia Jinyuan knocked again, but there was still no response. Asleep? Even if she was asleep, she should have been woken up by his knocking. Asleep? Or don't want to open the door? Are you afraid that I'll do something to you? He knocked again, but there was still no response. Chapter 19:12. With one hand on his waist, the major narrowed his eyes dangerously. She shouldn't have not heard him knocking on the door. Did she really pretend not to hear him and refuse to open the door for him? Yi Qian, who was drying his hair, vaguely heard the knocking on the door. He turned off the hairdryer and leaned out. There's no water in the bathroom outside. Check if there's any water in the bathroom inside. There's no water in the bathroom outside? She paused for a moment before hearing him say, "I'm covered in bubbles right now." "Little fox, you're not pretending to ignore me, right?" Yi Qian wanted to laugh. He turned on the tap and water flowed out happily. "That's not right. If there's water in the bathroom, there's no way there's no water outside." Could it be? Just as the thought popped up in Yi Qian's mind, she immediately stopped herself. She even slapped herself on the mouth and muttered to herself, "You're thinking too much, thinking too much. Although it was quite scary just now, there's no need for you to come here with foam on your body." After knocking on the door for about 3 minutes, Xia Jinyuan finally heard Yi Qian's response. He heard footsteps in the room again. It sounded like something heavy was being moved out from behind the door. Major Xia couldn't help but raise his hand and rub his forehead. A few appetizers. It's really not easy to taste. Blocking the door and locking it from the inside. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian, who opened the door, and frowned. He asked deliberately, "What were you moving behind the door just now?" Yi Qian, who felt a little guilty, lowered his head and opened the door. When he heard the question, he thought to himself, "I moved so softly. Did he hear me?" He immediately looked up to explain. Who knew that the first thing he saw was a naked man? His unruly black hair was completely wet. The ends of his hair were mixed with shampoo, dripping drop by drop onto his smooth and sexy chest muscles. His chest muscles rose and fell with his breathing. They were thick, muscular, and filled with a man's sexiness. Yi Qian's gaze slid from his chest to his lower body. She was startled. She thought he was naked, but it turned out that there was only a towel wrapped around his waist. It hung loosely on his muscular waist, as if it would fall off at any moment. She was probably not wearing anything under the towel. If the towel really fell off, wouldn't she be too scared to look? Yi Qian was so shocked by his own imagination that he shivered inwardly. He quickly glanced at the half-naked man, then looked up at his handsome face. She changed the topic somewhat unnaturally. "There's water inside, but why isn't there any water outside?" The fragrance of the shower foam wafted into her nostrils, and the tiny bubbles of shampoo on her hair shone with various colors under the light. She had indeed washed to the side and wrapped herself in a towel. Yi Qian pursed his lips to suppress his laughter and stepped aside to let him in. There's water inside. Go and wash up. What did you use to block the door? Little fox, are you trying to prevent me from picking the lock? Major Xia, who had just entered, took 2 steps forward and stopped. He looked at Yi Qian with a half-smile, who looked embarrassed after being exposed by him. Taking advantage of her lowered gaze, he quickly raised his thin lips, then tightened them and said somewhat sternly, "Are you suspecting that I would force you?" He used the word suspect a little too seriously. Startled, Yi Qian immediately looked up and explained, "No. I did lock the door, but that's a personal habit. As for what I used to block the door, is there a need for me to do so?" No matter what, she could not admit that she used the bedside table to block the door. As long as he didn't see it, she would never admit it. Chapter 1913. Xia Jinyuan nodded in satisfaction. If you really used something to block the door, I would be very sad. How could he do such a sneaky thing? Doing things openly was his style of doing things. Looking at the back of the person who turned around, Yi Qian patted her chest lightly. I feel a little guilty, a little guilty. But Captain Xia, who was only wrapped in a towel, had a unique charm. He had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. Just by looking at his back, one could tell that he was a handsome man. Yi Qian, who was standing at the door, glanced at the bathroom outside. In the end, she decided that although Major Xia was dangerous, he was still a gentleman. There was no need for him to lie to her. Therefore, the female soldier Yi Jian had lured a wolf into her house, and she was completely unaware of it. Yi Qian, who was lying on the bed flipping through her textbook, was preparing for her final revision. Just in case, she had to consolidate her knowledge before the exam the day after tomorrow. When the wolf came out of the bathroom, he stood by the bed and wiped his hair while saying, "The blanket outside is all wet. We'll have to squeeze in for the night." Yi Jian suddenly realized that something was wrong. Her eyes widened as she stared at the major who had entered the room and continued to lock the door with a towel wrapped around his waist. Then, he calmly returned to the bathroom to dry his hair. Yi Qian looked at the 1.8-meter bed, then at the bathroom. She touched the blanket again. Does this mean that we can't avoid sharing the same bed tonight? Why do I feel like I've missed something? Why do I feel like something is wrong? What else do you not understand? Wake up at 8 tomorrow. You still have an hour to revise. The major walked over with his upper body bare. He lifted the blanket and got in naturally. The big bed was obviously sinking because it could bear the weight of one more person. Yi Jian was stunned by his series of movements that were as smooth as flowing water. They were not at all an eyesore. She only felt that they were all natural and went with the flow. Captain Xia, you have a plan. Yi Qian put down her book and hugged a pillow as a self-defense weapon. At the same time, she prepared to get out of bed. The man who was leaning against the headboard reached over with his long arm and picked up the textbook she put down. He raised his eyebrows and asked elegantly, "What plan? Tell me about it." "You just want to sleep with me," Yi Qian said through gritted teeth. "Yes, I've always wanted to." The major, who had successfully climbed onto the bed, curved his thin lips. His calm, dark eyes were smiling as he looked at the vigilant Yi Qian. He said leisurely, "It's not just lying down and chatting, it's..." Yi Qian did not wait for him to finish. He rushed out of bed at lightning speed. However, the man beside her was not an ordinary man. He was a man who had walked through the smoke of war. He was a skilled special forces soldier and an all-around soldier who had the entire snowfield brigade obeying him. No matter how skilled Yi Qian was, she wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand against Soldier King Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan grabbed her wrist with one hand. The world spun and she was lying on top of him. It was impossible for Yi Qian to accept it. Knowing that he had fallen into a trap, Yi Qian's eyes turned cold and he began to resist. He used his other hand to hit Xia Jinyuan's shoulder. At the same time, he raised his leg and bent over to hit Xia Jinyuan's crotch without any mercy. "You're so wild in bed." Xia Jinyuan chuckled. I'll be more interested if you're so wild. Be careful, little fox. I'm only wearing a towel. I'm not wearing anything underneath. Don't pull my towel down. Chapter 1914. Xia Jinyuan wasn't trying to scare her. He was only wrapped in a bath towel, so he sat under the blanket and grabbed Yi Qian. The corner of the towel that he had tied up was already loose and would fall off if he moved a little more. Yi Qian immediately changed her strategy. Instead of focusing on escaping, she hooked the blanket with the tip of her foot and wrapped it tightly around Xia Jinyuan. Both of them were special forces, and their skills were not something that ordinary people could deal with. For a moment, the whole big bed shook, and from time to time, it made creaking sounds due to the excessive spring pressure. Fortunately, the head of the bed was solid and did not hit the wall. Otherwise, it would disturb the guests next door and complain. You've improved a little. Let's see if you can wrap me into a cocoon. Xia Jinyuan saw that she had changed her strategy and was going to face him directly. He raised his eyebrows and revealed an elegant smile that was unique to him. Tonight, if you really want to wrap me into a cocoon, I won't be able to move, and I'll be at your mercy. Yi Jian was wearing a fitness shirt and shorts, so she was not afraid of exposing herself. She pressed one of her high legs against Xia Jinyuan's chest, and her whole body was in an upside-down, 7 shape. Hearing this, she raised her eyebrows slightly and said with a faint smile, Captain Xia, are you sure that I can't beat you? I don't have that much confidence. We've all seen your ability. Even the comrades in the team have to write the word impressed. Why don't you give it a try? The wild little fox was very interesting. It didn't have the sadness that was inadvertently revealed, and its entire body was full of vitality. Xia Jinyuan grabbed Yi Qian's ankle with one hand. As soon as he finished speaking, he bounced up and wrapped the blanket around Yi Qian. Since Xia Jinyuan intended to wrap him into a cocoon, Yi Qian naturally fought back. He bounced up and Yi Qian supported herself with one hand on the bed and turned her body around. Xia Jinyuan had no choice but to let go immediately to prevent his arm from being sprained. As soon as he let go, Yi Qian, who had already turned around, bent over and kicked his chest with her knee. As Xia Jinyuan dodged, Yi Qian picked up a pillow and threw it at his head. Xia Jinyuan blocked her knees and blocked the pillow that was thrown at him. He stepped out of the blanket with his long legs and tried to push Yi Qian down with his long legs in the same attacking posture. Captain Xia, your legs are beautiful. They're straight and slender, but it's better to hide them under the blanket. Don't expose them naked. Yi Qian had a smile on her delicate face. She was as cool as water and had an unyielding determination. Be careful not to catch a cold if you're naked for too long. Yi Qian lifted the blanket again and held it in front of his chest to block Xia Jinyuan's long leg attack. Fortunately, the room was expensive and the facilities were all of a high quality. The two of them attacked each other on top of the bed and shook it until it creaked and swayed from side to side. The entire bed didn't collapse. Xia Jinyuan, who had one leg wrapped in the blanket, laughed. There was a meaningful look on his handsome face. He didn't attack again and allowed Yi Qian to snatch the entire blanket from him. When she snatched the quilt, she also snatched the white towel along with it. Yi Qian's biggest worry still happened. However, she didn't look like she had seen something she shouldn't have. Instead, she looked a little angry. She stared at the pair of gym shorts that were exactly the same as hers and threw the blanket away. She was so angry that she laughed. Xia Jinyuan, I'm very angry right now. The consequences of being angry were very serious. Since she still had a pair of pants, what was there to be afraid of? Now that she was angry, she could even rip his pants off. Let's see if he could still tease her then. Chapter 1915. She definitely couldn't strip him. If she did, it would be exactly what he wanted. If she couldn't strip him, then she'd hit him. Xia Jinyuan didn't try to grab the blanket again. He wanted her to know that he was actually wearing pants and wasn't naked. Unexpectedly, the result angered Yi Qian. Just now, she was afraid that she would see something she shouldn't see, so she grabbed the blanket and showed her sharp claws. She attacked him from all sides. Yi Jian used the bed as a battlefield. She lifted her leg and slashed sideways, 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 sideways. Only the sound of flesh hitting flesh could be heard. Combined with the strength of her fists, she looked like she wanted to beat Xia Jinyuan until even Commander-in-Chief Xia couldn't recognize him. It wasn't their first time fighting, so they had a certain understanding of each other's strength. When Xia Jinyuan saw her fighting style, he knew that she was going to fight for real. He also knew that she was really angry. At this moment, Major Xia was a little uneasy. He had made his girlfriend angry, so he should shrink his neck and admit his mistake immediately. After a few rounds, he only defended and didn't dare to attack. He was afraid of adding fuel to the fire. After all, not long ago, during training, he hit his girlfriend until she was hospitalized. Yi Qian didn't care whether he was defending or not. He only knew that if he didn't give him a good beating today, he would really tease her from time to time in the future. If he wasn't wearing pants, then so be it. He was obviously wearing pants, but he deliberately put on a bath towel to pretend that he wasn't wearing pants. That was how he teased her. Ha, fun? Then I'll play with him for real. Yi Qian was going to fight for real. Xia Jinyuan's heart skipped a beat when he saw her standing on the bouncy bed. Xia Jinyuan, who was afraid that she would step on air, blocked the incoming punches while getting off the bed. Yi Qian's eyes were fierce. He said coldly, "Don't you dare get off the bed?" Xia Jinyuan, whose feet were on the ground, quickly jumped back onto the bed. I don't dare, I don't dare. Ha, there's nothing that Captain Xia doesn't dare to do. Yi Qian's fists were not aimed anywhere else, but at that handsome face that sometimes made him lose himself in thought. There was a fierce battle in the bedroom. Two waiters hurried over from the corridor outside. After confirming the room number, they pressed the doorbell. When Yi Qian heard the sound, she hurriedly threw the pillow to the side. She hadn't used her fists up until now. She picked up a pillow and started hitting him. She threw the pillow to the side and glared at the major, who had been obediently getting hit the entire time. Her chest heaved up and down, and sweat dripped down her delicate face. Let's call a truce. I'll go take a look. Xia Jinyuan hurriedly made a shoo gesture and got up from the messy bed in his gym shorts. Calm down, I'll go out and take a look. Yi Qian stared at his back as he strode out, then looked at the messy bed. He was angry, but at the same time, he looked at the open bedroom door with a subtle expression. The commotion just now seemed a little loud. Could it be that he was here to complain? The bed was unusually messy. The sheets were crumpled into a ball, the 4 pillows were thrown out, and they were scattered all over the room. The quilt looked like it had just been fished out from the washing machine. It was unbelievably crumpled. She was partly to blame for the mess. She was angry because he had put on pants, but deliberately said that he didn't wear anything. It made her nervous. But Yi Qian patted his forehead in pain. But why was she angry that he didn't wear pants? Angry that he didn't wear pants? Angry that he had to wear pants? She was angry that he wore pants, but wouldn't she be angry if he didn't wear pants? What kind of logic was this? Chapter 1916. Wearing pants or not wasn't the source of her anger. She was angry because he was deliberately teasing her. Now that she had hit and kicked him, the anger in her heart dissipated. Yi Qian began to think of ways to teach Xia Jinyuan a lesson so that he wouldn't dare to tease her so easily in the future. But since he knew she was angry, she had to continue pretending. He teased her, so she had to tease him back. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Outside the door, the young hotel waiter looked at the shirtless man apologizing in front of him and immediately felt a sense of inferiority. They were both men. Xia Jinyuan's figure was so good that other men would be envious. After saying a few words, "The guest downstairs has insomnia, please understand," the waiter hurriedly left. With his figure, one could tell that he had good stamina. No wonder he could shake the bed and wake the sleeping guests downstairs. Xia Jinyuan obviously knew that the waiter had misunderstood. But it was a sweet misunderstanding. He didn't do anything but fight with his girlfriend on the bed. After locking the door and returning to the room, he saw the girl who had just fought with him and changed her face when she saw that he was actually wearing a pair of gym shorts, bending over to pick up a pillow. His gaze shifted to the bed and paused for a few seconds before he couldn't help but gently touch his forehead. It did look like a physical exercise between a man and a woman. He gently closed the bedroom door and picked up the pillow that was thrown under the bed. He didn't say anything and obediently went back to making the bed. Tonight was a little troublesome. He teased her too much and made her angry. Yi Qian ignored him and picked up the other 3 pillows. He calmly watched as Xia Jinyuan tidied up the messy bed and neatly placed the 4 pillows against the headboard. He was good at tidying up, just like before he moved in. After everything was tidied up, Xia Jinyuan stood on one side of the bed and looked at Yi Qian, who was standing on the other side of the bed. He took the initiative to admit his mistake. I was wrong. I shouldn't have teased you. I don't dare to ask Captain Xia to apologize. Yi Qian softly said, his originally calm little face suddenly showed some grievance because of his apology. Xia Jinyuan could accept being hit or scolded, but Yi Qian was not doing anything. His little face was full of grievance, and he was really panicking. He, who had been standing on the other side of the bed, propped himself up with one hand and jumped over the 1.8-meter wide bed in an instant, standing in front of Yi Qian. His actions made the corners of Yi Qian's mouth twitch a few times. Having a boyfriend who was a special forces soldier was really something to look at. It's my fault, it's my fault. I shouldn't have lied to you that I wasn't wearing pants. I didn't really intend to lie to you. I just wanted to tease you before I took the towel away. Who would have thought that she would be so shy that her eyes would wander all over the place? She would glance at his crotch and then look away with a guilty conscience. His bad habits would resurface. Now, she was so angry that she felt wronged. It was all his fault. Xia Jinyuan had never coaxed a girl before, so he had no experience in coaxing her. However, when coaxing Yi Qian, he used his heart to coax her. He hugged her and gently patted her back. His low voice was so gentle that it could drip water. You have the final say on how to punish me. Don't be angry. You want to wrap me up in a blanket, but you don't have to do it yourself. I'll do it myself. How about that? It's my fault for making you feel wronged. Be good, don't make yourself sad. You'd rather make me feel bad than make yourself sad. He was really being honest. Yi Qian, who was nestled in his arms, smiled. No matter how he apologized or coaxed her, she did not say a word. I can't let him take advantage of me. I must always remember what the Commander-in-Chief said. Chapter 1917. Yi Qian did not say a word, but the major was so anxious that his brows were furrowed. Great, he accidentally made his girlfriend angry. Little fox, don't hold back your anger. Vent it all out. Don't hurt your body. It's easy for us to hurt our bodies, so we have to take care of ourselves when we're resting. We can't add to our injuries. You can punish me however you want. I definitely won't have any objections. Xia Jinyuan was half naked, and Yi Qian, who was in his arms, had her cheeks pressed tightly against his skin. Every time he said a word, his chest would tremble slightly. Yi Qian was not only blushing, but also her neck. She did not dare to open her eyes, because if she did, she would see his powerful and sexy chest muscles. The corners of her mouth curved for a moment, but she immediately suppressed it. She closed her eyes and listened to him say nice things. Although her face was red, her heart was calm, and she was quietly calculating the time he would apologize. Although Yi Qian wanted to let Xia Jinyuan know that she also had a temper, she was not a pretentious person. Listening to him made her heart beat faster. She wanted to solve the problem on the spot, so she lifted her head from his arms and said coldly, "You won't have any objections if I punish you?" Really? Really? Xia Jinyuan finally spoke. He let out a long sigh of relief and said sincerely, "I made you angry. You have to take responsibility. Okay, I won't punish you. Ask the waiter to bring 2 quilts over. Go sleep in the living room. You're not allowed to stay in the room and try to sleep with me. Since he wanted to sleep in the same bed as her so much, she would punish him by not allowing him to sleep with her. Xia Jinyuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He had put in so much effort to climb into the bed, but now he was being punished to sleep on the sofa tonight. Let's talk about it. Can we change the punishment? The major asked carefully. She pressed her forehead against his and coaxed gently. It's rare for the 2 of us to be alone. Don't reject me, okay? His arms began to tighten slightly, hugging her body even more tightly in his embrace. They were so close that they were airtight. Let's change the method. You told me to sleep on the sofa, and I really tried my best to climb into the bed. It wasn't easy to climb into the bed, so I really want to stay. Yi Qian sneered, didn't you say I could punish you however I wanted? Why? Did I tell you to sleep outside? No, that's my main goal, so I can't agree. As a man of principle, Xia Jinyuan believed that this was a matter of principle and could not be easily let go. They hadn't even started, yet she was already planning to kick him out to sleep. How could that work? Worried that she would be angry, Xia Jinyuan said softly, "Little fox, let's change the punishment. It can't be so cruel. We have to leave tomorrow, and we don't know when we'll see each other again. It could be a few months at the earliest, or a year and a half at the latest. Every minute is precious when I'm with you. I don't want to waste our precious time. I just want you to sleep on my arm." His voice was so gentle that it sounded like a lullaby. Yi Qian yawned slightly, frowned, and said firmly, "But Captain Xia, if you keep teasing me, I'll get angry too. I won't tease you anymore. Don't be angry. Be good." Xia Jinyuan did not hear any trace of softening in her voice. He only felt that his heart was hanging. I was wrong. I was really wrong this time. Chapter 1918. Yi Jian, who was no longer angry, slowly reached out her hand and gently hugged the strong waist of the man who kept coaxing her. She closed her eyes and said softly, "Sometimes when you're naughty, I really have the impulse to beat you up. Captain Xia, you're so naughty, you really need to be taught a lesson." "I do need to be taught a lesson, so if you don't like it, you must not spoil me." She wrapped her arms around his waist, and Xia Jinyuan's heart slowly relaxed. Yi Qian was moved by his words. He said what was on her mind. Because of their identities, every second they spent together was extremely precious. She was very angry tonight, but she didn't have to be angry all night. She could tell from his behavior that he was really afraid this time. She didn't want their relationship to be strained, she just wanted him to know that once he made her angry, it wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess. He would be so scared that he would break out in a cold sweat. Since she had achieved the effect she wanted, Yi Qian knew when to stop and didn't keep him in suspense. She felt uneasy. "I'm not someone who gets angry easily. When it comes to relationships, I'm not very proactive. It seems like I've been pushed by you all the way, and you've always had to put up with me. But Captain Xia, do you know that before I met you, I never thought of finding a man to spend the rest of my life with. Meeting you is my fortune. It's the fortune of my life." Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan really breathed a sigh of relief. He remembered this lesson well. Being too presumptuous would make him seem frivolous. "Do you know why I'm angry?" the person in his arms asked him softly. Her voice was soft, and she still felt wronged. Xia Jinyuan felt so sorry for her that he kissed her hair. "I know. Being too presumptuous would make me seem frivolous. What happened just now was my fault. I didn't consider your feelings. I'm sorry, little fox. Please forgive me. What happened just now? I'm not that angry. I'm just afraid." Yi Qian didn't always try to control him. There was no need to use each other's faults as a weapon. Leaning against his broad chest, Yi Qian said softly with his eyes closed, "In the elevator and in the kitchen, you looked at me like you wanted to eat me. It made me a little scared. You came out wrapped in a towel and deliberately said that you weren't wearing anything underneath. I really believed you at that time. When I believed you, I panicked. I was afraid that I shouldn't have seen. I'm angry because I trusted you so much, but you lied to me in the end. Her tone gradually softened and was no longer as tough as before. Xia Jinyuan, who was afraid of being pranked, hugged her tightly. After a heavy sigh, he said, "Don't worry, little fox. I won't use your trust to tease you again. It won't happen again." After saying that, he kissed her hair carefully, as if he was kissing a piece of jewelry. I did have some other thoughts tonight. It's impossible for a grown man to not have any thoughts when facing his girlfriend. Little fox, I have some thoughts about you. I want to have physical intimacy with you. Yi Qian knew what he wanted. When she heard him say it out loud, her heart trembled slightly and her ears burned. Physical intimacy with him, is this the idea of skin-to-skin contact? She happened to be hugging his waist, so Yi Jian pinched his waist directly. Is Captain Xia satisfied with this kind of skin contact? Xia Jinyuan, who knew that the sky had cleared up after the storm, laughed deeply. I'm not satisfied. The kind of physical intimacy I want requires honesty. I don't need all of it, I just need, he leaned over and whispered in her ear. Without waiting for Yi Qian to reply, he lifted Yi Qian and they fell onto the soft bed together. Chapter 1919. When it came to relationships, both of them were inexperienced. Yi Qian was a woman who had not done anything in her 2 lifetimes. She even had her first kiss in her previous life. Major Xia Jinyuan looked both righteous and evil, but he was actually a man who exuded an air of abstinence from head to toe. He was the most gentlemanly man. Relationships were also a foreign territory to him. However, men had always been good at understanding relationships. They were born with the ability to dominate. The two of them pressed down on the bed. Before Yi Qian could make a move, he had already trapped Yi Qian beneath him. His deep eyes stared unblinkingly at Yi Qian. His eyes were his world, and in his world, there was only Yi Qian and Yi Qian's existence. Yi Qian was his world. It won't be the last step. Just give me a few appetizers. I promise, it won't be the last step. You're still young. I need to consider your health. His scorching thin lips gently kissed the tip of Yi Qian's nose. As he spoke, he kissed her gently. His gaze was so gentle, and his actions were filled with tenderness. He treated her like a precious treasure. There was no aggression. He only told Yi Qian wholeheartedly that everything he did was built on the basis that he would not let her get hurt. Yi Qian did not close her eyes. She wanted to see his love clearly. Not only did she want to feel it, but she also wanted to see it clearly. The door to her heart, which had always been tightly shut, had unknowingly opened for him. She did not know when he had entered her heart, which could not accommodate anyone else. He was both a teacher and a friend. He was also the only man she had fallen in love with in her 2 lifetimes. It was too difficult for him to hold himself back. Even his handsome forehead was slightly sweaty. His increasingly heavy breathing spilled onto her face. This was the refreshing scent that belonged to him. She did not reject his scent at all. Yi Jian raised her hands that hadn't moved all this while and coiled them around his neck. Yi Jian smiled. Her clear black eyes were no longer cold and indifferent. Instead, they were like flowers blooming enchantingly. What are your appetizers? She asked him with a smile. Men took the lead in love affairs, but women were born to seduce men. That was why there was such a relationship. Yi Jian was a strong woman. She would not let Xia Jinyuan do whatever he wanted, as if he was molding clay figurines. The man in front of her was really attractive. He had elegant eyebrows, sexy thin lips, and a strong chest that rose and fell as he breathed. Every muscle line flowed to the point that it was almost perfect. She couldn't help but praise him when she looked at him. Let's start with an appetizer, like this. Xia Jinyuan said softly as he covered Yi Qian with the quilt. He lowered his body slightly and supported his weight with one elbow. When his thin lips kissed her delicate lips, his slender fingers slid into Yi Qian's clothes like fish. He sucked on her lips and gently rubbed and sucked. His voice was mellow and intoxicating like red wine. "Like this, again?" he asked her. His scorching palm had already quietly covered her slender waist and began to rub back and forth. "Just like this?" Yi Qian hooked one hand around his neck and the other hand gently caressed his handsome face. Her fingers traced the side of his eyebrows, then the tip of his handsome nose. Her index finger pressed against his thin lips. Her dimples were like a flower, and her eyes rippled like autumn water. A woman's natural charm overflowed from the depths of her eyes little by little. She smiled faintly and said, "Captain Xia, your appetizer can't be so simple and plain, right?" Chapter 1920. "Of course not. I still want to be like this." His fingers slowly caressed her slender waist, and then all the way up, slowly crawling. He didn't immediately climb to the top of the mountain. Instead, he went back and forth between the ravines, as if he was considering which peak to climb first and which to fully enjoy the scenery. Xia Jinyuan wasn't in a hurry to be lustful. Instead, he allowed her to slowly get used to him. Sometimes they kissed, sometimes they whispered, trying to achieve a high standard in one go. As a major who was strict with himself, he also had strict requirements when it came to matters of the heart. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on Yi Qian and cause her to lose interest in him in the future. Interest needed to be nurtured, so he had to take it step by step and enter the best state. Yi Qian indeed didn't like to be rude and unreasonable, and he believed that not many women would be willing to treat him that way. The joy of intimacy was a joy that couldn't be controlled when one was deeply in love. How could one be so impatient? When he placed his hand on Yi Qian's right side, she gently closed her eyes. Her face was as red as the rosy clouds, and it was even more gorgeous than the spring scenery. Her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes were like water, and there was also the charm of first love. A droplet of water dripped onto her eyelids. Yi Qian, who had closed her eyes, couldn't help but open them again. She saw his forbearance and restraint, and also saw the joy in his eyes. "I couldn't sleep because I thought about it day and night. Now that my wish has come true." Xia Jinyuan saw her quietly open her eyes and let out a long sigh of satisfaction. "The texture of your hand is 1,000,000 times better than what I imagined. This is the second small dish, and it's even stronger than the clear soup." She had secretly rubbed her fingers together and secretly wondered how big they were, and even wondered how it would feel to touch them. Now that she had gotten what she wanted, she realized that her previous fantasies were all nonsense. Her imagination couldn't be used as a reference. It had to be real. "This is my first time, so I'm a little nervous." As his sweat dripped, Xia Jinyuan's dark eyes were like an ancient well, and there were already ripples in them. "I didn't expect it to be so wonderful. I want time to stop here." He lowered his head and kissed her slender neck. Between heavy breaths, he said vaguely, "The third dish is exploration. I want to explore all the way and see how different women are from men." Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He wrapped his arms tightly around Yi Qian's neck and asked, "Are we done with the probing?" "No, there's one last side dish after that. It's called tasting. I want to taste it so that I can reminisce about it when I'm alone." He kissed her from her neck all the way down to her collarbone, and then lingered back and forth in her sexy bone groove, leaving behind a few bright red flower buds. Using his lips to explore gently, he began to touch her skin bit by bit. His slender fingers now felt the scenery on both sides, and his movements gradually became more and more complex. Unfortunately, Yi Qian was one of the more promising ones. Xia Jinyuan gave up after trying twice. There was no way for him to take over both companies. Light, bouncy, delicate and soft. "You're not as hard as us men, and even feel pain when we bump into you," Xia Jinyuan said sincerely in the midst of playing. His voice was a little hoarse, because there was too much forbearance in it. Every word he said was scorching hot. Chapter 1921. It was lucky that both of them were able to hold themselves back. Both of them preferred to study first before making a move. Yi Jian was a little stiff at first, then her face flushed. In the end, she was already aroused. Xia Jinyuan. She moaned softly. Her moan was like a spell that trapped the man who was trying his best to restrain himself. It was just a light breeze and drizzle, but all of a sudden, he sucked hard on the skin below his collarbone and didn't want to let go for a while. Yi Qian, who was stimulated, no longer wrapped around his neck. Instead, he went under his armpits and held onto his shoulders with both hands. The last few side dishes. Xia Jinyuan was entranced by her soft moan. His eyes reddened as he moved his body closer to Yi Qian's chest. Yi Qian didn't let him taste it all at once. Instead, he panted softly and said, "Captain Xia, I can't bear the responsibility." She could already feel the biggest change in his body. "If you can't bear to, you can help me. Use your hands to help me." After he finished speaking, he lowered his head. The white quilt moved up and down, and the room became a spring scene. In the end, Xia Jinyuan, who hadn't had a taste in 26 years, got what he wanted. When he said that he would only taste it, he really stopped there. He didn't let Yi Qian use his hands to help. Recently, it had been difficult for him to endure. Xia Jinyuan, who had tasted so much that his blood was boiling, used rubbing and other methods to release it. Yi Qian felt his body suddenly tremble. After a while, he felt moisture coming from the side of his legs. Yi Qian, who knew what this meant, bit his lower lip and his body started to tremble. Although he stopped there, he couldn't control himself in the end. After both of their bodies trembled, there was only soft panting in the spring scene in the bedroom. Although he didn't get to know her better, and he didn't even go below her navel, their first intimacy was enough for them to reminisce about. Her face was so hot that she felt like she was steaming. She closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing. It was too exciting, and she couldn't calm down for a while. Xia Jinyuan did not move either. He still had one last appetizer that he had not tasted yet. He had failed to live up to his expectations. The little fox had only bitten the side of his Adam's apple, and it was over in a flash. Was he that sensitive? Or could it not last long enough? Thinking of this, Major Xia, whose forehead was still sweating, couldn't help but narrow his black eyes. Wasn't it too fast? Was there an hour? An hour was just right. After all, it was his first time being intimate with Little Fox, and his first time being intimate with a woman. He had read relevant books before. For a man like him who had never had his first time, it would usually end very quickly. It was normal for him to last around 10 minutes. Then, it would be even more normal for him to last an hour. Like all men, Xia Jinyuan was no exception when it came to power. What he wanted was to last, and he didn't want his lover to think that it was too short. After a full 5 minutes, Yi Qian, who was sweating profusely, gently poked the man lying motionless on his stomach and said softly, "Aren't you going to get up and change your pants?" Xia Jinyuan, whose handsome face had yet to dissipate, did not move. He just lay there, looking particularly languid. After waiting for a while, he still did not move. Yi Qian poked his shoulder again. "I'm sweaty all over. I want to go and wash up. Even if you don't want to move, you should let me." Chapter 1922. Yi Qian didn't expect the man lying motionless on the bed to be thinking about two things. First, how long did he last? Not bad. Second, he was annoyed at himself for failing to live up to expectations. His last appetizer was to get Yi Qian's five-fingered lady to come out of seclusion, but in the end, he solved it himself, and it became the regret of the night. When Yi Qian poked his shoulder for the third time, he felt that the area around his leg was getting more and more sensitive, so he had to remind him again, "If you don't get up, the blanket we're using right now will be wet." "You." He bit his lower lip, and his voice got softer and softer. "Don't you feel uncomfortable? I'm wearing a pair of wet pants. I'm going to change first. I don't want to move, and I don't feel uncomfortable." Major Xia continued to lie on the bed, and his voice was low and hoarse. I want to continue. I want to continue until dawn, I want to. Yi Qian, who was still in the midst of his passion, was shocked by his repeated, I want to continue. Don't even think about it. Get up, Xia Jinyuan. Captain Xia stopped shouting and directly called out his name. Even if he raised his voice, it would still make Xia Jinyuan's ears go soft. He wanted to kiss Yi Qian again, but Yi Qian's long legs were already moving. Xia Jinyuan quickly turned over and rolled to the side. He laughed and said, Little fox, you are turning your back on me. I almost succeeded in my sneak attack. She seemed to realize that something was wrong, so before Yi Qian noticed, she quickly picked up the towel that she had dropped to the side and wrapped it around the wet part of the pants. I'll go outside to see if there's any water. You can go inside and change. From the side, he could see that her face was blushing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. They had already met each other frankly, but his little fox was still shy. He was also a little uncomfortable at this moment. The wet part of his body made him uncomfortable. After the incident, Yi Qian was indeed a little unnatural. She was quite proactive in the process. Just now, when he got up, she saw the scratch marks she left on his shoulder. It was because of the scratch marks that she became unnatural. Hearing that he was going outside, Yi Qian heaved a sigh of relief. When Yi Jian arrived at the washroom, she looked at herself in the mirror. She was so shocked by her reflection that her body trembled. Was the person in the mirror her? Was it her? Not only was her face flushed, but there was also a hint of charm in the corners of her eyes. The ripples in her eyes were even more charming, as if there were ripples flowing out from her eyes. His lips were bright red, so fresh that they looked like they were about to drip blood. Together with his face full of spring. Yi Qian almost didn't dare to look at himself in the mirror. She had actually acted like this when she was in love. Where was her usual indifference? Yi Jian took a few deep breaths before she put aside the shyness that she didn't dare to face herself. Then, she slowly lifted her clothes. Her snow-white skin was dotted with red spots, and her chest was kissed by him. After taking one look at Yi Qian, she quickly put down her shirt and went straight into the shower. After taking off her shirt and pants, she was too embarrassed to look at her own body. She only raised her head to let the hot water wash her. Outside, Xia Jinyuan unscrewed the water pipe and took out the small square towel used to wipe his hands. He didn't have to pretend that there was no water anymore. He could sleep with her for the next few hours. He also had to wash his gym shorts. After he finished showering and returned to the bedroom, he saw that Yi Qian had already laid down and wrapped himself up tightly. Chapter 1923. He had no intention of letting him sleep on the sofa. It was obvious from the fact that half of the bed was empty. Yi Qian, whose face was still red, was still awake. She heard him enter the room and close the door. She held her breath as he walked to the bed and lay down beside her. Come sleep in my arms. I'll hug you. After taking a cold shower, his voice was no longer hoarse, but it was still pleasant to the ears. Yi Qian, who was sleeping on her side, did not move. Xia Jinyuan, who was talking, moved. He held her shoulder with one hand and pulled her into his arms, turning her around to face him. Looking at her blushing cheeks, Xia Jinyuan kissed her forehead. Practice makes perfect. Next time, I'll last longer. You'll feel better. Yi Qian did not want to listen to this topic at all. She did not want to listen or participate in the discussion. She closed her eyes and ignored him, but her fluttering eyelashes gave her away. Xia Jinyuan's heart was filled with tenderness. He hugged her tightly in his arms and tenderly said, Your face is so red. Do you want to use cold water to cool it down? It seemed like he couldn't stop if she didn't speak. It's okay. I won't blush if you stop talking. Yi Qian, whose eyes were still tightly shut, buried her head in his arms to prevent him from looking at her. I'm so tired. I want to sleep. Xia Jinyuan, who was both physically and mentally comfortable, did not feel sleepy at all. Even though he did not invite Yi Qian's 5 fingers to help him, he did not have to think about it anymore. In the unit, Han Zhang would sometimes bring up the things between men and women. He was a veteran and had never stopped since he started having sex at the age of 15. To him, women were like objects to satisfy his needs. After he used them, he would not think about them. When he talked about feelings, he would also think about it. The person he was thinking about was none other than the girl sleeping in his arms. After all, imagination was imagination. It was completely different from reality. As long as one experienced it, they would know what it felt like to have sex. It was a feeling that made his cerebral cortex quite active. It was a feeling that made his soul float. He had only opened up 2 mountain ranges in his territory, and it had already made him feel this way. Then, when he occupied all the territory, wouldn't it be? There was no need to think too deeply about it. Just thinking about it now made his body itch again. Are you tired? If you're tired, close your eyes and rest. Listen to me. He didn't want to sleep. He still wanted to tell her how he felt. He gently caressed her shoulder and said in a low voice, I've never felt this way before. Even now, I'm still very excited. Little fox, how do you feel? Did I make you feel better? It should be okay. Hearing your low voice is really like a cat scratching me. The more I listen, the more excited I get. Even now, I can still hear your voice in my ears. When I was bathing just now, I used cold water to put out the flames. Now, there's... Little fox, I've really fallen into your hands for the rest of my life. He had experienced similar seduction training countless times. Other than the first time when he was caught off guard, he never had a reaction again. No matter how good a woman's body was, she was just like a plastic model standing in front of him. She wouldn't arouse his interest at all. Only she could make every part of his body so sensitive and arouse the most primitive urges in his body. If you didn't have a flight tomorrow, little fox, would really torture you until dawn tonight. After saying this, Xia Jinyuan hugged Yi Jian tightly, who seemed to have fallen asleep, and slowly closed his eyes. He could sleep now. After he woke up, there were still many things to deal with. Their love life was short-lived. War was their life. Chapter 1924. By the time the two of them fell asleep, it was already past 3 in the morning. Xia Jinyuan was exhausted from leading the troops. When he finally fell asleep, he woke up to find that Yi Qian, who was supposed to be in his arms, was not there. The emptiness in his arms startled him for a moment. If it weren't for the burning scratches on his shoulder, he would have thought that last night was just a wet dream. There was still half an hour before 8. Yi Qian, who had gone downstairs for a jog and brought porridge, pickles, and bread from the hotel's breakfast room, gently pushed the door open and entered. He had no intention of waking up the exhausted man. Most of the troops that entered the highlands and mountains for training were led by Xia Jinyuan and assisted by Demon King Li. The entire training was high intensity and high risk. As the highest commander of the two troops, Xia Jinyuan shouldered a lot of pressure. It wasn't easy for him to get a good night's sleep. Yi Qian didn't have the heart to wake him up too early. He planned to wake him up at 7:50. For a soldier, 10 minutes was more than enough time to wash up. It wouldn't delay his work. Yi Qian put the breakfast on the coffee table. He was sweaty from his morning jog. He took out his winter clothes from the wardrobe and went into the shower outside. Xia Jinyuan, who was on the phone in the bedroom, had already noticed Yi Qian entering the room. As he put on his clothes, he said in a low voice, "Okay, I'll leave in 10 minutes. We'll talk more when we meet." The Major General of the army called. The Major, who hadn't had a chance to rest, had a new mission. They didn't have any so-called rest time. They were always on standby for a number of days a year. Once they received a mission, they had to rush back immediately, no matter where they were. After ending the call with the Major General, Xia Jinyuan opened the bedroom door and walked out. As he listened to the sound of running water in the shower, the coldness on his handsome face disappeared and was replaced by a gentle smile. "Little fox, I'm coming in." Knocking on the glass bathroom door, the major in military uniform smiled and said, "Draw the curtain inside, so I can't see." Yi Jian turned off the shower when she heard the knock on the door. After she heard what he said, she immediately raised her hand and pulled the shower curtain tight. "Go to the bathroom inside. I need 2 more minutes. All my toiletries are here. Also, I just received a call from the military. I need to leave in 10 minutes. It's a little urgent." Xia Jinyuan really didn't dare to barge in case she splashed water on him. Yi Jian knew that he needed to carry out a mission. She did not waste any time and let him in immediately. Half of the plain waterproof shower curtain was covered by the sound of running water. The major's slender, straight, and muscular legs moved from time to time. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and he let out a light sigh before quickly washing up. After he finished washing up, the sound of running water stopped. His gaze fell on the military uniform and bath towel on the hanger outside. The major's eyes darkened. He took off the bath towel and walked to the shower curtain that was less than 3 steps away from him. He said in a low voice, "Let me help you put on your clothes, okay? I can wear whatever I want you to wear. I can wear it myself. If I let you do it for me, I won't be able to get dressed for the rest of the day." Yi Qian's face burned when he heard that. He was so frightened that he even stuttered. After saying that, he felt a little weak and short of breath. He put on a straight face and said in a deep voice, "Captain Xia, you can go out and have breakfast first. I'll take care of my own business." Chapter 1925. It was not easy to dress someone else, but it was embarrassing to have someone else dress her. Yi Qian would not find another embarrassing thing for herself. Her face was still burning from what happened last night. If she let him dress her again, she would burn until her entire body turned red in broad daylight. Xia Jinyuan, who was holding a bath towel outside, seemed to understand something. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the dark green winter coat, the shirt, underwear, and so on. His little fox seemed to have misunderstood him. He smiled and pulled the curtain open a little. Yi Qian, who was behind the curtain, was shocked again. She thought he was going to lift the curtain and come in. She couldn't help but shout, "Xia Jinyuan, stand still. You're not allowed to." Before she could say, "Come in," a bath towel was handed to her through the curtain. His voice was soft and seductive as he coaxed her softly, "Wrap the towel properly before coming out. I'll take the clothes out and put them on in the room. Last time, you helped me put on the military uniform. This time, I'll help you put it on." Yi Qian, who was silently wrapping the towel tightly around her, finally understood. So when he said, "Put on the clothes," he didn't mean, "Help me put on the clothes one by one." Yi Qian knew she had misunderstood. She wanted to stick herself to the wall covered in water droplets. What nonsense did she say just now? Shameful, too shameful. Dressing your lover was an interesting thing to do. Xia Jinyuan draped one arm over Yi Qian's winter coat. His handsome features contained a gentle smile. He said softly to the person who walked out, "Come here, little fox." Yi Qian, who was only missing the coat, walked up to him and stared at him. "You said something that made me misunderstand again. You're the one who misunderstood. Don't you know that I'm leaving soon? How can I help you put on the clothes one by one? Just as you said, if I were to dress you one by one, you wouldn't be able to wear any clothes for the rest of the day." Xia Jinyuan laughed. When he went into the bathroom earlier, he did have some thoughts, but he still had a task to do, so he didn't have time to indulge in love. Hugging her gently, he kissed her forehead and said softly, "Sometimes I don't pay attention to what I say. I didn't mean to tease you. It's also my fault for leaving a bad impression on you. I have to change." His embrace was very warm, so warm that she sank into it and did not want to leave. She rubbed her cheek against his. "There's not enough time. When do you plan to dress me up?" He needed to leave, and she also needed to leave. It was time for them to leave, so even if she was reluctant, she had to accept it. This was their choice, and it was a choice that they would never regret. Very soon, but I'll need your cooperation. He let go of her arm and gestured for her to turn her back to him. He put on the coat as smoothly as he put on his own clothes. He then walked to the front and carefully adjusted his collar. He lowered his eyes slightly to look at the girl who had come for him. His chest suddenly felt warm, and he couldn't help but lower his head again. A gentle kiss landed in front of her eyes. Her long, fluttering eyelashes swept across his lips and also brushed across his heart. There are still 5 minutes left. I can't accompany you to the hospital to say goodbye to Uncle Chen, and I can't accompany you back to school. Southern province is not as good as the north. It's cold and there's no heater in the room. If the military doesn't have any arrangements for you after you go back, you can go to Beijing to accompany Uncle Chen, or you can go back to the villa complex. Chapter 1926. The clock never stopped ticking, and there were only 3 minutes left of the 10 minutes. Xia Jinyuan did not stop reminding her. Uncle Chen will be discharged in 6 days. After he is discharged, the military will arrange for him to go to the sniper base in the southern province. If you have no problems with your homework, you can accompany Uncle Chen to the sniper base to practice shooting. He buttoned the buttons of her military uniform one by one and said seriously, "Take good care of yourself. My mission here will take a long time, so I will temporarily cut off contact with the country. If you have any urgent matters, you can contact the brigade directly. Our comrades in the brigade will be happy to help you. Han Zhang's father is Minister Han of the General Logistics Department. My family is on good terms with Han Zhang's family. Uncle Han and my father graduated from the same military academy in the same class. Our families have always been on good terms. If you have any problems that you can't solve, just look for Han Zhang. He won't refuse. You don't have to worry about Du Jie. She doesn't have the ability to directly overstep her authority and reach into the campus of the National University of Science and Technology of China. You don't have to worry about anything outside. The most important thing for you now is to take care of your own matters. Finish your 4 years of studies with excellent results and get the title of Outstanding Student." He carefully reminded her, and Yi Qian listened attentively. When he finished, she said, "You too. Take good care of yourself." Okay. Their separation was imminent. After Xia Jinyuan helped her put on the coat, he looked at the beautiful girl with deep eyes. Then, he hugged her tightly in his arms and buried his head in her neck. He took a deep breath and said, "I'm leaving now. I'll bring breakfast to the car." The car to pick him up had arrived, so he needed to leave. Yi Qian hugged his waist tightly. When he lifted his head from her neck, she tiptoed and kissed his handsome chin. "See you next time, Captain Xia." They let go of each other in the next second. Yi Jian turned around and picked up the bread on the coffee table. Xia Jinyuan picked up his luggage and took the bread from her. He smiled at her, opened the door and strode away without looking back. Xia Jinyuan did not mention anything about his discussion with Principal Chen until he left. Yi Qian stared blankly at the door that closed behind him after he left. She slowly lowered her head to look at her hands. Just now, she could still feel his warmth on her hands, but now, they were empty. Only his breath remained. "I've just left and I've already missed you, Captain Xia." She smiled bitterly and murmured softly. After living 2 lives, she finally knew what love was like. Whether it was sour, sweet, bitter, or spicy, she would gladly endure it. At 8:00, Yi Qian left the hotel on time and headed to the hospital. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the car, spoke to Commander-in-Chief Xia. It may involve a wide range of people, but a unit that erased the existence of a martyr already shows that there is something wrong with this unit. I'll report the problem to the military. I only hope that justice will be served for the martyr who sacrificed himself for the country. I want to investigate the matter clearly and let those with bad intentions know that they won't be able to hide the truth forever. Commander-in-Chief Xia's face turned pale when he heard this. If Xia Jinyuan had not reported the matter, he would not have known that there was a unit that dared to erase the glory of a martyr's life. How dare they? At this time, I will report it to the military commission, but everything will have to wait until I have a certain amount of investigation results. If we want to make a move, we have to make a big move. A small fight won't hurt us, but if we make a big move, it won't have much effect on a few scapegoats. Chapter 1927. Hearing the furious Commander-in-Chief Xia close the document he was reading with a sullen face, the Commander-in-Chief, who had not been angry for a long time, slammed his palm on the desk and said sternly, "Tell Xiao Yi that as long as I'm here, I won't let her mother suffer any grievances after her sacrifice." How audacious! How dare they erase the deeds of a martyr? I'd like to see what kind of monsters are stirring up trouble in this unit. A martyr was loyal to the country, yet she was treated like this after her sacrifice. If the military didn't solve this problem, how could they face the soldiers who risked their lives to protect the peace of the motherland? The morale of the army was in chaos, and the country was in chaos. How could anyone disturb the morale of the army? Dad, I haven't told her about this yet, mainly because I don't want to affect her studies and distract her. I plan to tell her when I have some clues. Please keep it from her for the time being. Xia Jinyuan originally wanted to investigate it himself, but the mission cycle was too long. After thinking about it, he could only ask the old man in the military to do it. With him taking the lead, the investigation would be much faster. You investigate in secret first. I'm afraid that they'll be prepared. It won't be good if they bite back at us. He cautiously reminded him that it had been more than 10 years, and it was extremely difficult to investigate again. Some of the evidence had already been erased. The only breakthrough was that there were no records of Sun Xueqing's heroic deeds in this unit. You can contact Sun Xueqing's comrades in the unit first. Tongzhou Public Security Bureau Chief Kai is also secretly investigating this matter. He was a comrade of Yi Qian's mother, and he was the one who found out about this when he returned to the unit. Chief Kai should have investigated deeply. It was better to contact him directly to get the relevant evidence than to investigate from the beginning. Leave this matter to me. You and Yi Qian don't have to be distracted. I'll contact you if there's any progress. Commander-in-Chief Xia remembered this in his heart and said a few more words before hanging up the phone. A phone call had secretly stirred up a storm. However, at this time, there were still undercurrents, and the surface was still as calm as before. Those who were hiding in the dark did not know that the dusty past was about to be opened again. Someone would take a photo of the dust of the past, and everything would be revealed. Yi Qian knew that Chief Kai was secretly investigating her mother's sacrifice on the day all the exams ended. Everyone in the class knew that she went to the company for official business. Before the exams, everyone had to prepare for the exams, so they didn't ask much. After the exams, they couldn't help but ask about the basic level of the company. As long as they didn't say the unit number and only talked about the company's life, it was normal communication and didn't leak any secrets. After the exam, Yi Jian answered with a smile that she had gone to the company. The training was several times harder than the training in school. Su Wen ran over. Before she came close, her voice was heard first. "Yi Jian, someone is looking for you outside. He said he is your mother's comrade. The guard has checked his ID and is taking him to the reception room. Then you go quickly, we'll come find you later." Seeing this, the students who were sitting around Yi Jian stood up and stopped bothering her. There was still a class meeting after the exam. It would not be too late to ask her then. Yi Qian was the only one in the class who went to the basic level of the company, so the students were quite curious. Yi Jian vaguely guessed that it might be Director Kai whom she met during the mission last time. She slightly restrained her expression and suppressed the panic in her heart. After thanking Su Wen, she quickened her pace and headed to the reception room. When she arrived, Chief Kai was already in the meeting room. Yi Qian pushed the door open and said with a smile, "Not bad, you look more like a soldier than last time." Chapter 1928. Knowing that Chief Kai was his mother's comrade, Yi Qian only felt a sense of closeness when he saw him again. He couldn't help but smile as he walked over. "How did you find the time to come over? Are you here on a business trip? I've wanted to come and see you for a long time, but I was afraid I'd disturb your studies, so I decided to wait until your exams were over." Chief Kai scrutinized the girl he hadn't seen for a few months. The more he looked, the happier he became. She was really a good child. She stood tall and straight with the valiant and heroic bearing of a soldier. She wore a tailor-made student uniform and looked like a thriving pine tree. Although the branches and leaves hadn't fully extended, one could already see her future glory. Yi Qian first asked him to sit down, then hurriedly poured him some hot water. "I'm sorry, there are no tea leaves in the reception room, so I can only treat you to some hot water." Hot water is good. It's simple and plain, without any impurities. A person should also be like a glass of clear water, simple and straightforward. Chief Kai took the hot water with a smile on his face. He gestured for Yi Qian to sit down and said kindly, "Although your complexion is a bit poor, you're full of energy. It's clear that you're used to military school life." "Not bad, not bad. You didn't embarrass your mother. You're the descendant of a soldier." Yi Jian liked to talk about her mother very much. She felt a great sense of pride. "Although my mother left early, I still remember things from a long time ago. I still remember that she once told me that a person should live up to the word person, be open and aboveboard, and act magnanimously. Just as you said, a person should be like a glass of clear water, simple and straightforward, without any impurities." Chief Kai heard this and laughed even louder. "Good, good, good. Very good, very good. Hong Mei has a daughter like you. No matter how much she suffers, she's willing to accept it. But I can't bear to." Yi Qian took a sip of the hot water. When he looked up again, his expression was a bit more solemn. "I don't know if what you said last time in Tongzhou is true. I want to know about my mother. I can ask you at any time." Chief Kai also retracted his smile and leaned against the wooden sofa used to receive guests. His kind gaze from a moment ago suddenly became sharp. It was different from the unruly sharpness of a young man. Instead, it was a sharpness that had been accumulated over time and was able to see through everything. "You didn't come looking for me, but I came looking for you. Yi Qian, I'm here because of your mother. I want to tell you something you don't know." Looking around, Yi Qian knew the purpose of his visit. His expression grew colder and colder. "Is this place suitable for talking? Don't worry, there are no surveillance cameras here. There are also guards outside. If someone approaches, they will alert us in time. This is the most suitable place." Yi Qian's back straightened, and his eyes grew darker and colder. "Please speak. I will remember every word you say." Since he said this was the most suitable place, Chief Kai didn't think too much about it. He took out some clues from his recent investigation from his briefcase. "I've always felt that there were many things wrong with your mother's sacrifice. I've thought about investigating it before, but in the end, I couldn't find anything. After I saw you, I felt guilty towards your mother, so I secretly investigated again. Back then, another comrade and I investigated and found another comrade who went on a mission with your mother. We found out about your mother's mission back then. It's all written down here. You can take a look." Yi Qian's hands trembled slightly as he took the documents. Even his gaze towards Chief Kai trembled slightly. Chapter 1929. She opened the folder and saw a picture of a young woman in an old-fashioned military uniform. She was very familiar with the picture. This was her mother. Even though she had only been with her for less than 4 years, she would always remember the gentle look on her face when she told her stories. Even after a lifetime, it was still so vivid. The reception room was so quiet that it seemed like no one was there. Even the sound of breathing couldn't be heard. Chief Kai watched as Yi Qian carefully flipped through the pages. When she flipped to the second page, he said in a low voice. The mission back then was indeed a one-way trip. Some people used their positions to collude with the underworld. They opened the country's gates for convenience and profited greatly from it. When your mother received the mission, she probably knew that she was doomed. Before she left, she told us that she had a daughter in her hometown. If she didn't come back, we would have to take care of her. Back then, We still can't find out who used their positions to open the country's gates and participate in smuggling and drug trafficking. These people are not people we can find out. Dirty linen should not be aired in public. The same goes for the country's dirty linen. Most of them were executed in secret. That was the era when everything was starting to emerge. Some people couldn't keep their conscience. They couldn't resist the temptation of money and started to violate their original vows. Step by step, they committed crimes. Look at what your mother's comrade said. He said that before your mother sacrificed herself, she shouted a person's name in her hometown's dialect. Then she was ambushed and shot in the chest. She died on the spot. This is what she sacrificed. Chief Kai suddenly stopped talking. He quietly took out a brown envelope from another pocket of his briefcase. He gently placed it on the coffee table and slowly pushed it in front of Yi Qian. Yi Qian, take a look. Yi Qian's outstretched hand seemed to realize what was inside. She suddenly retracted her hand. She glanced at Chief Kai, whose expression was dark. Yi Qian's outstretched hand clenched into a fist. When she released it, she seemed to have made a decision. She quickly picked up the envelope. There was a picture inside. Even after more than 10 years, the colors were still so bright. It was a bright red national flag with some blue leaves. Under the national flag lay. Yi Qian's eyes were already glistening with tears. Her lips moved. This is the picture of my mother when she sacrificed herself, right? She's the one lying under the flag, right? Yes, child. The one lying under the flag is martyr Sun Xueqing. This is a photo of her after she sacrificed herself. Chief Kai's voice was filled with sorrow. After more than 10 years, when he mentioned his comrade who had once saved his life, the mention of her sacrifice still made him sad from the bottom of his heart. Tears slowly rolled out of her eyes, drop by drop. Yi Jian stared at the photo and sobbed in a low voice. The entire flag covered her mother from head to toe. She could only vaguely see the outline of her mother's body. She couldn't see her mother's face or body, but she could see, the red flag was stained with blood. Before martyr Sun Xueqing was sacrificed, one of her comrades said that she once shouted something in her hometown dialect. It was very short, and it felt like she was shouting someone's name. Unfortunately, there was a lot of gunfire at the time, so he wasn't able to tell what your mother said. Look at the second photo. The second photo is a little gory. It's a combat dagger stained with blood. Later, when the fabric on the dagger was extracted, it was found to be tissue from a human eye. In other words, before your mother sacrificed herself, she used this combat dagger to stab a criminal in the eye. Chapter 1930. For some reason, Yi Qian's heart trembled violently. She looked up at Chief Kai abruptly. A criminal's eye? Did you catch the criminal? Her voice had a sharpness and urgency that she didn't even notice. Don't be anxious, child. Drink some water to calm yourself down. Chief Kai quickly got up and handed a warm cup to Yi Qian. You need to listen to me slowly. Then we can find a breakthrough together. Yi Qian clenched the photo in her hands. Her hands trembled as she took the cup. She took 2 small sips and suppressed the immense pain in her heart. She asked in a hoarse voice, I want to know if this criminal was caught. No. Other than killing a few criminals at the scene, we didn't catch the criminal whose eye was injured. Later, I heard your mother call out to her comrade in the dialect of her hometown. She mentioned this several times. When I found this comrade, he told me that no one cared even though he mentioned it. Someone even ran to the dorm window and warned him not to mention it again. He didn't mention it again until he left the army. He didn't mention it again until I found him some time ago. Yi Qian gently closed her eyes. A fierce and ferocious face flashed through her mind. Sun Yaozu. His eye was injured when her mother sacrificed herself. Old Madame Yi even said that it was an accident when she was working in a factory outside. The boss even paid a large sum of compensation because of it. The villagers said that it was at least 100 to 200,000 yuan. At that time, 100 to 200,000 yuan was an astronomical figure to the villagers. In the dialect of her hometown, Sun Yaozu. Then she remembered the fierce gaze he used to stare at her after his eye injury, and the year he kicked her unconscious. So that's why. She finally understood. She finally understood why Sun Yaozu hated her so much. She finally understood why old Madame Yi pretended to be kind even though she clearly hated her. She finally understood why she came to school to cause trouble in her 3rd year of high school. When she brought her parents' photo over, she looked so scared. She finally knew the reason. She put the photo of the dagger back on the table. Yi Qian, who was still quite emotional, now spoke in a terrifyingly cold voice. Can you do me a favor? I want to get the results of the tissue on the dagger. She had changed so much that Chief Kai could not keep up with her. He could not help but ask her, what do you want this result for? I want to compare it to see if it's the same person. It was a very calm voice, but it was filled with an extremely strong aura of hostility. Using a calm tone to speak in an extremely ruthless tone, even Chief Kai, a veteran who had seen many scenes, couldn't help but feel shocked. However, his attention quickly turned away. He lowered his voice and said, what did you think of? I thought about how it coincided with the time of my mother's sacrifice, and how she also happened to hurt her eyes. She used to wear an eye patch all day long, but now she wears a pair of black glasses all day long. I plan to meet him tomorrow and take some tissue back to see if I can close it. Chief Kai objected sternly, nonsense. Yi Qian, if anyone finds out what you're doing, your future will be ruined. Give me the suspects, and I'll take care of it. She was the only descendant of Red Plum Blossom left in the world. He had to protect her. You can't stop me. I have to take care of this matter myself. Yi Qian shook her head. Her calm expression was filled with unwavering determination. I can only rest assured if I do it myself. Chapter 1931. Yi Qian's stubbornness made Chief Kai understand why Principal Chen had stopped him from explaining these things to her for the time being. This time, Chief Kai wanted to slap himself twice. Child, I came to tell you that your mother was indeed killed by someone. I want you to know that I do not want you to put yourself in danger, Chief Kai said in a serious tone. Chief Kai tried to persuade her very seriously. You're the only bloodline your mother left behind, and we were once entrusted by your mother to take good care of you. Now, you actually want to put yourself in danger. Yi Qian, I do not agree with this, and I do not approve of it. Even if there is an investigation, you should let us investigate first. Now, you only need to study hard and complete your studies. That is the most important thing for you. Uncle came this time because I was afraid that if something unexpected happened during the investigation, you would not know anything. Even if there were suspicions, we would have to investigate again. You, don't know how deep the waters were back then. Even after more than 10 years, the waters are still very deep. I have been very careful during the investigation, afraid that something big will happen again. As for you, you are just a military school student now. What do you have to investigate? If he had known that this child was so stubborn, he would have discussed this with Principal Chen first. But Principal Chen was nowhere to be found now. Old Chen, I wanted to discuss this with you, but in the end, I could not even find you. Even the villagers of Shuku village did not know where he went. Right, he almost forgot about this. Yi Qian, do you know where Principal Chen, who has been taking care of you, is? I went to Shuku village this time, but I did not find him. Even the villagers said that they had not seen him for a long time. He was afraid that something would happen. After all, he had already investigated the death of Hong Mei, and handed some of Hong Mei's belongings to Old Chen, which was equivalent to bringing him into danger. Yi Qian could hear the worry in his voice, but it was true that he couldn't reveal too much about Uncle Chen, so he said, Uncle Chen went on a vacation. I'm afraid he won't be back for a while. Yi Qian could tell that he was worried, and that there was something wrong with his tone. He asked directly, you said that the situation was already very complicated 10 years ago, and it's still the same 10 years later. You also mentioned that you were afraid that there might be an accident during the investigation. Are you implying that if someone finds out that you're investigating my mother's death, they will kill you to silence you? That's right. That's why I stopped you. Faced with an extremely intelligent cadet, Chief Kai knew that it would be better for him to explain things more thoroughly. Yi Qian's expression was as cold as ice. Since it's so dangerous, I can't just watch you and my mother's comrades take the risk. As her daughter, I must do what I should do. Don't worry about me. I won't be so stupid as to joke about my future. I have a way to get his eyes, and I also have a way to not let myself fall into his trap. Sun Yaozu, let's settle our old grudges together. Yi Qian, who had finished reading all the documents, did not put them away properly. After memorizing each and every one of them, he destroyed them one by one in front of Chief Kai. I've kept the 2 photos. I've already memorized the rest of the information. I can't keep them, lest they implicate you. At this point, Chief Kai knew that he had no way of stopping Yi Qian. He sighed and said, I'll see if I can get my hands on the test report. If I do, I'll let you know immediately. Chapter 1932. Yi Qian didn't plan on leaving for Nan province immediately. She still needed to go back to the capital to pick up Principal Chen from the hospital before returning to Nan province. Chief Kai knew that he had no way to stop the girl who was as stubborn as her mother. He could only repeatedly remind her to be careful and to contact him immediately once she found something wrong. She could not act on impulse. Old Chen was traveling at this time and couldn't be found. If he could find him, he might be able to persuade Yi Qian. Even after they left the school, Chief Kai still reminded Yi Qian to be careful and not act rashly. She needed to be calm when something happened. Yi Qian promised him again and again that she would look for him first if anything happened. Only then did he relax a little and leave. Yi Qian was very grateful to him. To her, Chief Kai was actually a stranger. But for her mother's matter, Chief Kai, who could have ignored everything, risked his life to find out the truth. As a daughter, how could she stay out of it and ignore it? The night after the class meeting, Yi Qian chatted with her classmates until 11 p.m. before returning to the dormitory. The next day, she and Su Wen took a flight to the capital. There were 4 students in her class who all lived in the capital. Only Su Wen took the same flight as her. The other 3 took the afternoon flight. The other 3 students all came from families with some background. Either their fathers were soldiers, or their mothers were soldiers. Since young, they had been influenced by what they saw and heard. Their families had long planned for them to aim to get into the military academy before joining the army. This involved a promotion, and a promotion was the key to one's development in the military. Why was family education so important? It was because family education had a lifelong impact on an individual. The quality of family education directly determined a person's life. Su Wen and the others all came from good families. Their parents and relatives were all highly educated. They knew the importance of education, knowledge, and qualifications. From the beginning of their children's education, they had a clear plan. They wouldn't let their children go with the flow. Naturally, they were much stricter than the average family. The more Yi Qian interacted with them, the more she understood the importance of family education. After thanking Su Wen for the invitation, Yi Qian took a taxi directly to the military hospital. Now that she had time, she naturally wanted to spend more time with her family. Principal Chen was also very happy to see Yi Qian come over. He knew that she did not have any training plans for the winter break, so he brought Yi Qian back to the sniper base in the southern province to train with the snipers that were being groomed. Yi Qian had never been averse to training. Seeing that Principal Chen was in a good state of mind and that he still exuded a murderous aura when holding a gun, Yi Qian felt more at ease. Political Commissar Yan looked at Principal Chen, who was strictly guiding this group of snipers, and said to Yi Qian helplessly, now that he's been specially recruited back to the army, he'll place all his focus on the sniper base in the future. We don't even have the power to restrain him anymore. I didn't expect the military to make such an arrangement. Previously, he was so tired from training this batch of snipers that he vomited blood. Now that he's received an order, he'll only put more effort into it. Little Yi, you have to persuade him. Regiment Commander Lu was also very worried. They all knew old Chen's ability. He was the sniper at the top of the sniper team. Keeping him around was like keeping a mountain of gold. Even a mountain of gold would run out one day. The best way was to develop it rationally so that it could last for a long time. The next step was to memorize the sniper's image. Yi Qian, who had entered the sniper base, was in charge of clearing the bullets and arranging the guns. Hearing this, she checked to see if there were any problems with the sniper rifle. While adjusting the scope, she smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already made an appointment with Uncle Chen. I'll only have 4 hours of special instruction every day." Chapter 1933. I also told him that since he was specially hired, he had to appear at key moments. If he appeared all the time, the other sniper instructors would have an opinion. If he did all the work of several people by himself, it would make the others seem incompetent. I also said that your intention of monopolizing the training was good. You wanted to train more excellent snipers, but this would offend others and bring criticism to yourself. For the sake of the unity of the entire sniper base, you had to change your habit of monopolizing the training. Commissar Yen had already laughed when he heard that. This advice was good, really good. With Principal Chen's temperament, only this kind of advice could reach his heart. Uncle Chen was stunned for quite a while after he heard that. I saw that he was wavering, so I asked him again if he was responsible for all the training and if the other sniper instructors were just watching from the side and giving simple instructions. If that was the case, then it would be your fault. The main responsibility of the sniper instructors is to be responsible for sniper training. How could they just watch from the side and give simple instructions? You're not helping them, you're taking their jobs. Yi Qian was already checking the 4th sniper rifle. She loaded the bullets into the magazine one by one, put the safety on, and adjusted the scope. There was no pause in her movements at all. Her posture was swift and skillful. Recalling Principal Chen's shocked expression at the time, Yi Qian, who was secretly laughing in his heart at the time, also laughed along with Lu Tuan and Commissar Yen. Uncle Chen was really scared at the time. He didn't have any intention of taking other people's jobs or taking credit for himself. He just wanted to train a group of snipers. He thought about what I said carefully. After thinking for a while, he finally sighed and answered me. He said that he really didn't think it through. When he returned to the sniper training base, he would correct it to prevent the other sniper instructors from misunderstanding. See, didn't he correct it? He's been back for 5 days now. Principal Chen is now strictly implementing 2 hours of instruction in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon. The rest of the time, he has to communicate with the other sniper instructors or watch me train. Commissar Yen, who was laughing heartily, gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. You're still the best, girl. With just a few words, you made him stop working so hard. 4 hours of guidance a day is definitely enough. Some time ago, he stayed at the sniper base almost every day. He followed the soldiers during the day and night, and he also trained with them in the mountains. He stayed as far away as the soldiers could. Both Lu Tuan and I were scared out of our wits. Now, the two of us can rest assured. 4 hours of guidance, plus teaching the sniper instructor, and letting them learn together. In the future, old Chen will have more and more time to rest. Principal Chen, who was strictly training the soldiers, did not pay attention to this side. After finishing the camouflage training, he entered the range estimation, image memory training. A sniper soldier ran over to Yi Qian from the other end of the training ground and saluted Commander Lu and Political Commissar Yen. Then he said to Yi Qian, the instructor wants you to go over and do a demonstration. You've probably entered range training. The soldiers who entered the training were all soldiers who had excellent results in shooting during recruit training. In June, the Southern Province Military Region received an order from the military headquarters to train a group of excellent snipers for anti-terrorist operations. The Southern Province Sniper Base would select the soldiers. At the same time that the Southern Province Military Region received the order, Principal Chen also received a transfer order from the military headquarters. Principal Chen, who was originally stationed in Shuku village and only occasionally went to the army, was transferred to the sniper base and began to train the selected soldiers. In the end, he was too tired and got injured. He was so tired that he had gastric bleeding and was hospitalized. Chapter 1934. Yi Qian had been here for 4 days and was already familiar with the newly selected sniper soldiers. Hearing this, he smiled at Lu Tuan and Commissar Yan, who had specially come to visit Principal Chen. I won't accompany you. I'll go and train first. Go. We also have something to do and have to go. Lu Tuan smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Yi Qian didn't need to entertain them. We'll come and visit Old Chen again when we have time. You don't have to worry. The sniper base was directly under the jurisdiction of the Southern Province's provincial military. Lu Tuan and Commissar Yan only had one training base for Zongnanhai's automobile soldiers. They came to take a look and left. They couldn't stay for long. They didn't let Yi Qian send them off. After she left, Lu Tuan smiled and sighed. From now on, this will be Old Chen's base. I'm afraid the troops in the mountains won't be able to invite him back. Yes, it's a pity. In the past, Old Chen would occasionally go to the army to guide the soldiers' shooting training. The shooting standards he brought out were quite high. In the future, well, we can only watch. Commissar Yan smiled and patted his partner's shoulder. We still have to rely on ourselves. Old Chen has already brought out a batch of soldiers for us. Let this batch teach the next batch. Old Chen's efforts won't be in vain if he teaches them batch by batch. After we leave, Old Chen and Little Yi probably won't be able to come back to the army. Let's go, Old Lu. Let's go to the old place for a drink. I wanted to mention something to Little Yi just now, but you kept winking at me. Now you want me to go to the old place for a drink with you. Why don't you ask Little Yi to come along? She's like our child. Now that we're leaving one after the other. I don't know if Little Yi will miss us. Commander Lu said in a low voice. Commissar Yan smiled and said, What's there to say? I told Old Chen to let Little Yi know. I'm fine, but you. In the howling cold wind, the two black-green figures talking side by side gradually disappeared into the distance. Yi Qian, who had run to the end of the training ground, turned around and looked at the two figures leaving. He said to Principal Chen, Uncle Chen, let's go back to Shuku village if we have time off in the future. I really miss the soldiers there. More importantly, that was the first unit she came into contact with. Before she left Shuku village, she spent all her holidays in that unit that quietly transported weapons and fuel from the north to the south. Their relationship was so deep that it was even deeper than her relationship with Shui Ko village. It was as if that place was her root. Principal Chen, who was in a good mood, said with a smile, Sure. As long as you want to go back, you can go back at any time. However, if you want to transfer Regiment Commander Lu and Commissar Yan, it will be a little difficult. You want to be transferred? Are you sure? Yi Qian was quite surprised. He also realized that Captain Lu and Political Commissar Yan had been stationed in Fujian town for many years. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Regiment Commander Lu is transferring, and Commissar Yan is transferring. If they want to go back to the army in the future, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Principal Chen sighed softly and said, All good things must come to an end. When a certain time comes, everyone will leave. When the transfer order is given, they have to leave even if they don't want to. The bitterness in Yi Jian's heart deepened. Every year, there will be veterans retiring from the army. I still remember when I was in junior high school, there were a few troublesome soldiers from the coastal cities. After a few years, they have all retired and returned to school. I wonder where Regiment Commander Lu will go after his transfer, and where Commissar Yan will be transferred to. Just now, why didn't I ask more? Yi Qian looked at the place where they had stood together just now. His good mood was slightly affected. Chapter 1935. Commissar Yan didn't want to distract you. He didn't even plan to tell me in advance. He wanted to call me when he arrived at a new place. You should visit them more often in the future. After Principal Chen consoled her, Yi Qian's depressed mood improved slightly. The reason she could freely enter and leave the military was because of Platoon Commander Lu and Commissar Yan. When she was in trouble, as long as they knew about it, they would immediately stand up and help her. When she moved her household register out of Yi Jifan's house in junior high, although they didn't show up, they sent the retired company commander Yu over. At the same time, they also brought along documents from the military so that Yi Jifan couldn't forcefully hold on to her household register. In this life, she had met too many people who had helped her. Platoon Commander Lu, Commissar Yan, Company Commander Yu, and those soldiers who had trained with her. It was because of their help that Yi Qian was where she was today. She thought that she would never forget those who had helped her in this lifetime. The soldiers had finished their disguises. Principal Chen didn't give Yi Qian too much time to feel sad. He calmly called out, "Yi Qian, it's your turn." Then he immediately sent her into the training. Under Principal Chen's instructions, a dummy, wearing a training uniform with all kinds of combat equipment stood 100 yards away from the sniper trainees. The sniper trainees were led by Yi Qian. They held sniper rifles and directly observed the dummy with their naked eyes without using the scope. Remember all the details of the dummy. Remember as much as you see. Remember everything you see with your naked eyes. Later, the sniper instructor will very likely ask for the specific location of a combat equipment on your soldiers. You need to shoot quickly or tell them. Yi Qian reminded the sniper team members around her. They would be anti-terrorist soldiers in the future, so their training would be much stricter than normal soldiers. The requirements for them would also be much harsher. In order to prevent them from resisting the harsh training in the future, it was best to let them adapt to the strictness of the current training from the beginning. Roger. The soldiers of the sniper team nodded in unison. This female soldier had shocked everyone on the first day she came. Regardless of whether it was standing shooting, prone shooting, or continuous shooting, she could directly hit a grand slam. Even the jump suppressive shooting had a 100% hit rate. His shooting skills had reached a level that even the instructors were left speechless. It could be seen how terrifying it was. Retreat 200 yards, Principal Chen ordered. The soldiers beside him immediately waved their flags, reminding the sniper team to retreat. All details, colors, and equipment within 200 yards can be seen clearly with the naked eye. Yi Qian reported. Then, he received a signal to retreat 300 yards. He reported again, the outline of the body is clear. The color of the face can be seen. The details of the appearance and the equipment on the body can be seen. The outline is somewhat blurry. Then, he said to the soldier beside him, remember the details of 100 yards, 200 yards, and 300 yards, as well as the changes in the outline of the equipment. This will be of great help to future ambushes and snipes. As long as there are similar outlines, we can immediately determine the result with our naked eyes. With Yi Qian reminding the sniper team all the way until they retreated 600 yards, the body of the soldier in front of them was already wedge-shaped. Even the head was no longer obvious. There was only a vague outline. Because there were too many pieces of equipment, it was impossible to tell the shape of a human from 600 yards away. Remember in detail the changes in the outline of every object in every shooting range. This will be a reference for future targets. When you see the changes in the outline, you need to know in your heart how far away you are from the target. Immediately adjust your aim and shoot accurately. Chapter 1936. Every time Yi Qian reached a shooting range, she would remind the snipers around her. This was the appearance method used in sniper training to estimate the shooting range. Back in the day, Principal Chen had taught her this step by step. Yi Qian, complete your shot at the target's walkie-talkie device. Principal Chen's stern voice came through the earpiece. Yi Qian answered softly, yes, sir. She immediately adjusted the scope and completed the precise shooting range of the device. Standing in place, she pulled the trigger. After the sound of the gunshot, she had completed her shot. It looked like a simple shot, but the snipers in training all knew how difficult it was to shoot accurately like this. Mental calculation, eyesight, wind, and a series of other factors needed to be firmly grasped in order to achieve accurate shooting. When they heard Principal Chen tell the sniper team through the earpiece that Yi Qian had completed her accurate shooting, the group of 10 people couldn't help but applaud. Amazing! Yi Qian. I was just thinking about how far away the walkie-talkie device must be for the silhouette to be blurry, but you've already completed your shot. I can calculate a rough distance, but I'm still thinking about how to adjust the scope. Faced with their exclamations, Yi Qian smiled and said, "Don't be surprised. I was also trained by the instructor. In the future, all of you will be like me. As long as you know the target, you'll be able to calculate the distance quickly. Yi Qian, get into position. The rest of the soldiers, begin firing." Principal Chen waited for Yi Qian to finish speaking before instructing her to get into position. With her around, the male soldiers' morale would always be boosted because no one wanted to be outdone by a female soldier. Next up was the test for the sniper team. Every time Principal Chen named a target, the named soldier would be able to complete his shot as quickly as possible. These soldiers were walking the same path Yi Qian had walked in the past. Even though their talent wasn't as rare as Yi Qian's, hard work could make up for it. After rigorous training, they were all definitely outstanding snipers. Principal Chen had never let his country down, nor had he ever let down the military that entrusted him with this responsibility. There was too much to learn in order to become an outstanding sniper. Even though Yi Qian had already reached a relatively high level, she couldn't stop learning. The only way to never stop was to never be eliminated. With a plan for revenge in mind, Yi Qian remained at the sniper base to complete her daily training with all the soldiers. Occasionally, she would leave the group during training breaks. Not for long, she would return to the group after a few minutes. Because she was a female soldier, the male soldiers could understand why she would leave the group. Even Principal Chen couldn't tell that Yi Qian had something on her mind. When it came to training, Yi Qian had always put her heart and soul into it. In order not to worry Principal Chen, she was even more patient and didn't rush things. She trained with the soldiers every day. It wasn't until a week before the Spring Festival that she finally told Principal Chen that she wanted to leave for about 4 to 5 days. After finishing the snow sniper camouflage training, Yi Qian said to Principal Chen, "Uncle Chen, I want to go to the Cemetery of Martyrs to pay my respects and have a reunion with some of my high school classmates. I'll return to the military on Lunar New Year's Eve." The snow sniper training was held in the forest designated by the military in the southern province. Before they left the mountain, Yi Qian had mentioned that she would go straight to the provincial capital after they left the mountain. Meanwhile, the truck would drive back to the sniper base. Principal Chen didn't suspect anything. In fact, he felt that it was indeed appropriate for her to visit Uncle Zhen and martyr son Xueqing, who were in eternal slumber. When they reached the fork in the road, Yi Qian got out of the vehicle. After the sniper team's truck left, she immediately ran towards the other side of the fork in the road. There was a vehicle arranged by Ho Zi waiting for her there. Chapter 1937. However, Yi Qian did not expect that Ho Zi would personally come to pick her up. When she opened the car door and saw Ho Zi sitting in the front passenger seat, Yi Qian was slightly startled and hurriedly called out, "Brother Zi." Ho Zi, who was wearing sunglasses, turned around and looked at Yi Qian, who was sitting in the back seat. Her charming peach blossom eyes revealed a hint of interest. "You recognized me at a glance. It seems that you have a good memory." Until now, Ho Zi still admired Yi Qian's memory. She had never met anyone with such an extraordinary memory like her. Even if you put on makeup and disguise yourself as someone else, would still recognize you. Yi Qian replied with a smile. Ho Zi. She wanted to look for her in her previous life, but failed. In this life, she did not have such thoughts, but she just happened to meet her. How could she not have a deep impression of her? Ho Zi laughed even louder. "You said the same thing to sixth brother. I remember that when he was just a little older, sixth brother saw Yue crying when I quarreled with her. He came up and told me that if I dared to bully Yue again, he would not let me go. He also said that if I dared to let Yue down, he would be able to recognize me no matter what I look like. After 12 years, I heard something similar from you again. I say that you and sixth brother are really fated. Yi Qian also felt that way. In this life, she was indeed fated to be with Captain Xia. Hou Zi admired Yi Qian. Otherwise, she would not have accepted his call without hesitation. It was precisely because she admired Yi Qian that she would help him even if Xia Jinyuan was not in the middle. Now that I am a law-abiding businessman, I can't deal with you as quickly as I did when you had a fight with a group of hooligans behind my hotel. I will lay out the front for you. You will have to take your time with the rest. But don't worry, if you leave any traces behind, I will still clean it up for you. When she received Yi Qian's call, Hou Zi was also very surprised. When she said that she wanted to take a person's eye tissue, she didn't quite believe it. She didn't ask for the reason. Instead, she asked behind Xia Yui's back how she wanted her to cooperate. She learned that all she needed to do was ask Sun Yaozu out to talk about a business deal, and she would take care of the rest. Yi Qian shook his head and smiled, "Thank you, Brother Zi. I'll take care of the rest myself. I won't leave any loose ends. I'll just create an unexpected disaster." Unexpected disaster? Hou Zi was a little interested. Smart people always did things tactfully, and Lao Lu's future wife was extraordinarily smart. She had a high IQ and knew so much. If she said there was nothing, he would really believe her. Hou Zi, who was interested, also wanted to watch the whole process. Unfortunately, he was now a serious businessman. Although he wanted to join in, he could only endure it. After washing his hands in a golden basin, he would no longer stain his hands with blood. He still had to abide by the rules of the underworld. As the Chinese New Year approached, the southern province was less bustling than before. There was a hint of desolation. The streets and shops were playing songs to celebrate the Chinese New Year, but it didn't add to the liveliness of the city. In Yi Qian's eyes, the liveliness and desolation had nothing to do with her. All she wanted was the tissue that hadn't been completely removed from Sun Yaozu's blind eye. It was snowing, and the shops were closed by 9 p.m. There weren't many people coming and going on the streets. Everyone shrunk their necks and walked hurriedly with their hands clasped together. The bus stop was even more deserted. There weren't many people taking the buses that passed by. The entire provincial capital was empty as the migrant workers returned to their hometowns for the Chinese New Year. The desolation and emptiness added to the bleakness of the city in winter. Chapter 1938. Yi Qian looked down at her watch for the second time. The phone that Hou Zi had prepared for her beeped with a message notification. With one hand on the steering wheel, Yi Qian opened it and glanced at it. Her tightly pursed lips curled up slightly. "Sun Yaozu, it's time to settle the score with you. Tonight, I'll only let you see blood. The next time we meet, I'll take your life." Her hatred had never disappeared. It was just that she hid it better and deeper. She knew that she couldn't do it without a certain level of strength. Now that she had the chance, she would waste her 2 lives if she didn't seize it. She didn't feel guilty. She didn't feel guilty at all. The person she wanted to kill had committed a heinous crime. She didn't need to do it for him. She was just doing it for herself. With a cold expression, she started the car and drove off. The car seemed to be going faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared at the end of the street. In the hotel, Hou Zi glanced at the phone handed over by her assistant. There were only 2 simple words on the screen: "Thank you." Just like her, she was simple and pure. Even the way she did things was the same. Her actions were more daring than a man's. As someone who had been in the underworld, Hou Zi didn't think that Yi Qian's actions were inappropriate. Revenge for revenge. Don't say that the world is unfair. As long as you have the ability, you can get justice for the past unfairness. If you don't have the ability to get justice, you can't blame others. Fairness won't come to you for no reason. You have to work hard to know what fairness is. Looking at Yi Qian's resume, Hou Zi admired her. Her starting point was lower than his when he was young, but she climbed step by step to where she was now. She had the ability to take a life whenever she wanted. Oh, that's not right. She wouldn't kill him personally. She would take an effective shortcut to get rid of Sun Yaozu. Tonight was the first step in her plan. As for him, he didn't have to do anything. He just had to wait. Brother Z, you don't have to do anything. You just have to make him walk to your right and face the road when you leave the hotel. Remember, you must make him face the road, because I want him to have his eyes pierced again. Hosey walked out of the private room and glanced at the oblivious Cyclops. Yi Qian's words flashed through her mind. She chatted and laughed as she walked out of the hotel. Hosey calmly looked at the traffic on the street. After everyone left, he stepped in front of Sun Yaozu and slightly staggered so that Sun Yaozu was facing the road. He stretched out his hand and smiled. Mr. Sun, then we have a pleasant cooperation. I'm waiting for Mr. Sun to draft the contract to my assistant as soon as possible. I hope that after the Spring Festival, we can officially establish a cooperation relationship. Sun Yaozu, who was now proud of his success, saw the boss of the underworld that he didn't dare to offend politely shake hands with him. He pushed away the glasses that his assistant cum bodyguard handed to him and stretched out his hand with a smile. Well said, well said. To be able to cooperate with you, it's... Something shiny suddenly splashed as a car sped past. Sun Yaozu, who was facing the road, didn't even have time to finish his sentence before a flash of light flashed in front of his eyes. Then, he covered his eyes tightly and howled like a pig being slaughtered. Everyone didn't realize what was going on. Although Hosey knew that something would happen, he didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. The black car sped past. Even he, who was closest to Sun Yaozu, didn't notice anything strange. The guy who was talking to him a second ago had his eyes pierced in the next second. Chapter 1939. The speeding car didn't attract too much attention. There was more than one car coming and going on the road. In the chaos, who would pay attention to a car? Mr. Sun, Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun, what's wrong with you? Blood, Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun is bleeding. Hosey roared, what are you panicking for? What the fuck are you all panicking for? Call the ambulance. You guys, bring me the hotel's sterilized towels, quick. At this time, the boss of the underworld showed his majesty. Although he was wearing a tailored suit, he looked elegant and calm. Then, he roared and immediately calmed the panicked scene. The waiter brought the sterilized towels. Hosey said to Sun Yaozu, who was howling in pain, Mr. Sun, cover it with the towel first. There's a lot of blood. Sun Yaozu was in so much pain that he couldn't listen to anyone. He felt the pain again after more than 16 years. It was so painful that he wanted to roll on the ground. It was so painful. I'll cover it with the towel for you. You can't stop the bleeding with one hand. Hosey looked at the blood flowing out between his fingers. His expression didn't change at all. He was used to seeing this kind of blood. What he was interested in was, how did old Six's girlfriend manage to injure Sun Yaozu's eyes without even showing herself? Compared to the blood in front of him, he was more interested in how she injured him. It seemed to be quite serious. The bleeding couldn't be stopped. Who did this to me? Sun Yaozu, who was in so much pain that his whole body trembled, said intermittently. He wanted to say something fierce, but because of the pain, he seemed to be very cowardly. Hosey said seriously, it shouldn't be someone's intention. Based on Mr. Sun's position just now, if there really was someone's intention, all the vital parts would be exposed. But it's not certain. Mr. Sun, you'd better investigate this matter carefully. You also know that the land you bought is the most promising piece of land in the southern province. It's possible that someone is holding a grudge. You're bleeding too much. You offended Mr. Sunday. After saying that, Hosey grabbed Sun Yaozu's wrist and pulled hard. He saw a glass-like fragment embedded in his eye. In the light, the sharp fragment flashed a bloody light. Amazing. He still couldn't figure out how she did it. It actually hit the damaged eye right in the middle of the eye. When Ho Zi covered his eyes with the towel, he gently wiped his eyes with his fingers. When he saw a trace of blood on his fingers, he immediately withdrew his hand and picked up another towel to wipe his eyes. He threw the towel to his assistant and gave him a faint look. The assistant nodded slightly and held the towel in his hand. He then said to Sun Yaozu's bodyguards, "Leave 2 of you to guard CEO Sunday. The rest of you should go and take a look around. Whether it was an accident or premeditated, we have to find out." These bodyguards couldn't be compared to Ho Zi's bodyguards who had seen blood, but they were all strong and powerful. 2 of them stayed behind to guard the door, and the rest quickly went to check the surroundings. Sun Yaozu couldn't even use his strength to cover the broken eye socket when the glass fragment splashed into it. Now, as long as he touched the fragment, his howls would be much louder. Yi Qian drove the car to the side of a small road without surveillance. After a while, she heard the sirens of the ambulance. She lowered her head and looked at the rubber bands that could be bought in the small shop. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She put the rubber band that had helped her out into her pocket. Chapter 1940. Ho Zi's assistant walked over from the darkness. He obeyed Yi Qian's instructions and walked around the 2 intersections to the black car parked under the shade of a black tree. "Miss Yi, Brother Z asked me to give this to you." He took out a towel with eye tissue from his pocket and handed it to Yi Qian respectfully. He knew about the entire plan. Because of this, he felt that the girl in front of him was terrifying. She didn't even show her face. She just drove over and injured someone's eye. He could drive over and kill them with a gun while he was at it. This was something he could do too. However, he couldn't hit the target with just a piece of glass. He had held a gun with Brother Z before. Yi Qian took the towel that smelled faintly of blood and said, "Thank you," in a low voice. He didn't stay any longer and immediately drove away. She needed to rush to the private hospital Ho Zi invested in and give the towel to the laboratory technician. She wanted to get the results as soon as possible. She didn't want to wait any longer. When the car started, Sun Yaozu was also carried into the ambulance. Ho Zi didn't leave and personally accompanied him to the hospital. The assistant didn't go with them. When he came back, he nodded slightly at Ho Zi to indicate that the matter was done. In the chaotic scene, no one would notice the secret movements and no one would notice the subtle communication. It was already past 3 in the morning when Ho Zi arrived at the private hospital he invested in. The assistant told him that old Six's girlfriend was waiting for the results and didn't want to leave. Ho Zi, who was dressed in a suit, walked into the room specially prepared for him to rest. He leaned against the window and teased Yi Qian, who was looking out the window. "It's the same even if you come over tomorrow morning to get the results. Are you afraid that my hospital will run away?" Yi Qian, who was in a daze, immediately reacted. He stood up straight and thanked Ho Zi. "Thank you so much, Brother Z. If it wasn't for you, it would have been difficult for me to take his eye tissue." "Don't thank me. I didn't do anything. Since he got a few good pieces of land from Director Yi of the Construction Bureau, as a serious businessman, I have been thinking about cooperating with him. Your matter is just a matter of convenience, you don't have to thank me." Ho Zi closed the door behind her and sat on the chair. She crossed her long legs and placed her hands casually in front of her abdomen. She asked her with interest, "I really want to know how you managed to get the glass shard in his eyes. Even if you opened it with one hand, your other hand shouldn't be that strong. Humans have 4 limbs. Our hands can drive, and so can our legs. I just used my knees to control the steering wheel, and then I used a rubber band to shoot the glass shards into his eyes." Yi Qian did not hide anything. If he wanted to know, he could just tell him. He did not need to worry about exposing himself. Although it sounded unbelievable, Ho Zi, who had seen Yi Qian's abilities, believed it. She suddenly realized, "I see. That would explain it." She could drive with both hands and even drive with her knees. For a moment, Ho Zi looked at Yi Jian with a subtle gaze. Old Six, do you know what kind of girlfriend you have?" "Brother Z, I'm used to seeing all kinds of storms. When I first heard about it, I was a little scared. She was smart and courageous, and she was also very capable. It was best to be friends with someone like her, not enemies. After I get the results, I'll get someone to send you directly to the hotel. It's the same suite that old Six used to live in. It's always been empty. Ho Zi was satisfied with the answer. I'll take care of the rest. He won't be suspicious. Chapter 1941. With Ho Zi's help, things would undoubtedly be better. While waiting for the results, Yi Qian carefully recalled what she did just now. She made sure that she did not leave any loopholes, but she did not reject Ho Zi's help. She could only sincerely thank her again. In the face of her politeness, Ho Zi couldn't help but laugh. We're family, so don't speak like two families. You're being too polite with me. Seeing the girl in front of him become a little embarrassed because of his words, Ho Zi laughed out loud. She was a somewhat contradictory girl. She was very innocent when she smiled, but when she did things, her expression did not change at all. Only old Six would dare to find a girl like her. Ordinary people would not have such courage. Looking down at the time, it was indeed late. Thinking that there were still people waiting at home, Yi Qian did not bother being polite. Yiwei is still waiting at home. I won't wait with you. After sending Ho Zi off, Yi Qian waited until 5:00 to get the test results. When she returned to the hotel, it was already 6:30. She did not lie when she told Principal Chen that she was going to attend the Southern Province High School class reunion. There was indeed a class reunion. Under the lead of their homeroom teacher, Teacher Tong, there were 34 students in the class who were admitted to key universities and 19 who were admitted to second-tier universities. Among them, the 6 girls in Yi Qian's dormitory were all admitted to key universities. However, there were also some who made mistakes and failed the college entrance exam. The class monitor, Lu Xian, was one of them. He caught a bad cold before the college entrance exam and fainted on the first day of the exam. Unfortunately, he failed the exam. He was the first to arrive at the Venus Hotel, gathering place. The students who arrived one after another saw a figure in a military uniform from afar. After being stunned for a while, they immediately ran over. Class monitor, damn. Class monitor, you really joined the army. Damn, I thought you were just joking. The boy who came over hugged the former class monitor. Although they had only been separated for half a year, the sight of an old classmate still made his eyes red. Lu Xian had grown a lot taller and stronger. Although he had only been in the army for a month, he already had the temperament of a soldier. Hearing this, he laughed. Why would I lie to you? I told my family a long time ago that if I didn't get into a good university, I would join the army. That's amazing, class monitor. You're really willing. A boy who chose to repeat his second year gave him a thumbs up. You're better than me. Look, I'm still repeating my second year. I don't know if I can pass the exam next year. Since when did the gifted scholar in our class become so unconfident? Bring out the courage you had when you were competing with Yi Qian. Getting into a university won't be a problem for you. A tender laughter came from behind. Zhang Yuan, who had grown into a slender and elegant woman after not seeing her for half a year, was standing behind the boys with a gift box in her hand. She had delicate features and was much prettier than when she was in high school. The boys turned their heads and stared at her. A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Zhang Yuan, you're definitely outshining the moon and putting the flowers to shame now. Zhang Yuan rolled her eyes at her former classmates. Although I was a little ugly in the past, I didn't get in your way, did I? You didn't vomit when you saw my face, did you? Ha ha ha, no. Let's go in together. Let the class monitor wait alone. He's a soldier now and can withstand the cold. Lu Xian pushed the boy who spoke and pretended to be disgusted. Go in. You're like a paper person. Don't catch a cold and I'll have to carry you to the hospital. Class monitor, are there any other classmates inside? Is Yi Qian here? Zhang Yuan wanted to see Yi Qian the most. After taking 2 steps, she turned her head and asked, "Does he know about our gathering?" Chapter 1942. She'll come, she'll come. She's just not here yet. Xian looked at the time. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There was still an hour until 5 o'clock. If she comes from her hometown, she'll probably be a little late. You guys go in first. They didn't expect that their most anticipated classmate, Yi Qian, was actually staying at the 5-star hotel across the street. The meeting time was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Qian slept until noon when she came back from the hospital. Since the Venus Hotel was right across the street, she wasn't afraid of being late. Looking at the test reports coming out of the fax machine one by one, Yi Qian calmly picked up the original and immediately called Chief Kai, who was waiting for the fax. The test reports had already been sent. All that was left was to wait for news from Chief Kai. As long as the 2 test reports could be combined, Sun Yaozu's good days would come to an end. When Chief Kai received the fax and saw the test report, his face darkened. "Yi Qian, how did you get the tissue from his eye? Where is he?" He was worried that Yi Qian would take his life. "Don't worry, I won't dirty my hands for someone like him. He's still alive and lying in the hospital right now," Yi Jian explained. Her originally indifferent expression suddenly tightened the corners of her mouth, revealing a murderous aura that was as sharp as a blade. She looked at the portrait she had just drawn and continued in a calm voice, "There's one more thing I want to trouble you with. Is there a wanted criminal named Sun Yaozu in the police system? The eye tissue belongs to Sun Yaozu. Is he from your hometown?" Chief Kai, who had been in the military and criminal investigation, sensed that something was wrong. "So, when you saw the photo and the information, you immediately thought of this person, right?" Yi Jian didn't think that she could hide it from Chief Kai. She replied softly. There was coldness in the depths of her eyes as she replied in a low voice, "At that time, I thought of him. I was very suspicious, and even certain." When Chief Kai heard about Sun Yaozu, his expression turned serious, but at the same time, there was a hint of excitement. However, this excitement did not linger for too long and was immediately suppressed by caution. "Yi Qian, you have to listen to Chief Kai this time. If the test results match, you must remember to calm yourself down. We need to thoroughly investigate how he came into conflict with your mother back then. Before your mother sacrificed herself, she said something in her hometown dialect. It's very likely that she knew this person's identity, or rather." Chief Kai lowered his voice, and Yi Jiansheng, who was listening, shuddered. "Or rather, your mother has always been in contact with him, or rather, she trusts him." If what Chief Kai said was true, what kind of role did Sun Yaozu play back then? "Mother, if you believed Sun Yaozu back then why did you believe him?" When she was young, her family and Yi Zhixiang's family did not interact much. "I can't kill him, but I can interrogate him. If the test results match, I want to interrogate him," Yi Qian said softly, with an aura that did not allow them to question him. "I must pry some past events out of him." Sweat beaded on Chief Kai's forehead. "You're too bold. Yi Qian. Don't forget, you're a military academy student now. You can't tolerate any dirty military academy students. I'll take care of this. As soon as the test results match, I'll immediately come to Nan province. Why is Sun Yaozu safe and sound, and why is your mother's life completely erased? Yi Qian, just think about it and you'll know how powerful this is. Remember, we don't want anything to happen to you." Chapter 1943. She knew that she had been holding it in until the hatred in her heart was shackled. Now that the grass had moved, the shackles could no longer hold it in. 2 lifetimes of hatred. She had held it in for too long. Yi Qian held it in until her eyes turned red. She slowly clenched her fists until her knuckles looked like they were about to break through her skin. In the end, she took a deep breath and said, "I know, don't worry." For the sake of her people, she had to hold it in for a while longer. Once Chief Kai received the test results, she would have a proper meeting with Sun Yaozu. This call was quite exhausting. Yi Jian had a quick lunch and then lay back on the big bed. She was half asleep, half awake, and half awake. It was as if she had been having a bizarre dream. One moment, it was her past life, the next moment, and the next moment, the two lifetimes overlapped. When Yi Qian woke up in a cold sweat, she hugged her blanket tightly and gasped for breath. She didn't like to dream at all, and the dreams she had were never good dreams. When Yi Qian got out of bed, she realized that she was sweating profusely. Even her pillow was wet. She looked at the time and saw that it was less than half an hour before 5:30 p.m. The pale-faced Yi Qian seemed to have grown a pair of wings and rushed to the shower in the blink of an eye. There was still 20 minutes before 5 o'clock p.m. Yi Qian crossed the road and was less than 100 meters away from the Venus Hotel. Lu Xian had been paying attention to his surroundings. When he saw a figure walking in front of him with her head held high and her arms swinging naturally, he couldn't help but stand up straighter. He even straightened his military uniform, afraid that he would be impolite. When Yi Qian got closer, Lu Xian actually felt a little nervous. Even without a military uniform, Yi Qian still looked valiant and valiant. There was something about her that made him feel a sense of awe. When he stood in front of her, he didn't even realize that he had saluted her. Standing in front of Lu Xian, who was wearing a military uniform, Yi Qian was as surprised as the other students. She was about to ask, "Class rep, did you really join the military?" when Lu Xian saluted her instead. The military salute came a little too suddenly. Yi Qian, who was not prepared, reflexively returned the salute. Hey, do you still need to salute each other? The two of you, this is a class reunion, not a general meeting with a soldier. Yi Qian, don't scare our class monitor. A few students from Class 1 who had come out to welcome Teacher Tong happened to see them and couldn't help but laugh. Before the laughter stopped, a boy reacted quickly and rushed over. He grabbed Yi Qian's hand and said happily, shake hands, shake hands. Quick, take a picture, take a picture. Is there any more film? Take a few more pictures. I'll sponsor the film. Brat, you're too smart. I've been thinking about this for a few days, but you beat me to it. Don't take his picture. Are you stupid? Don't you know that we should take a picture together? Class rep, come, take a picture with us first. Before the two of them could say a word after saluting, one of them was surrounded by the boys for a group photo, while the other was in charge of holding a camera. Yi Qian didn't refuse, but he seemed to lower his head when taking the picture. After the group photo was taken, someone suggested taking a picture with Yi Qian and Lu Xian. Lu Xian, who was still holding a camera, laughed and scolded, "You're so troublesome. We don't have much film left, use it sparingly." Yi Qian's eyes moved slightly. It seems that the class monitor noticed that he lowered his head. There were still a few boys who wanted to welcome Teacher Tong, but they didn't say anything else and only said that they would take the picture during the reunion. Chapter 1944. Yi Jian waved at them and smiled at Lv Xian. Monitor, it turns out that you weren't joking at that time. You should still be in the recruit training camp at this time. Soldiers knew soldiers best. The other students didn't ask. I wasn't assigned to any other place, even our southern province. I didn't expect the company commander to agree and really give me 2 days off. Lv Xian, who had been straightening his back, answered with a smile. His tone seemed a little restrained. It's not that simple. Just agree to it. Recruits have to apply for leave when they enlist. Monitor, you can't get 2 days off so easily. Yi Qian, who understood the military, didn't believe it was that easy to get 2 days off. Even military school students were hard to get, let alone the army. The company commanders who were more humorous and easier to talk to would usually have a lot of ideas to deal with the troublemakers in the dark. As for the company commanders who were domineering and stood by their words, don't even think about mentioning them. A new recruit applying for leave after only a month in the army. Did they think that the army was their home and they could do whatever they wanted? The company commanders under platoon leader Lu and political commissar Yan were easy to talk to, but no recruit had the guts to ask for leave after 2 days in the army. They really gave me 2 days off. I even asked for leave on a paper. If you don't believe me, take a look. Xian stared at him with an imposing manner. His hair was slightly numb. He hurriedly opened the pocket of his coat and took out a carefully folded piece of paper. Look, there's the company commander's signature on it. Yi Qian saw that he was so nervous that sweat appeared on his forehead. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. This wasn't like the smooth and slick squad leader. He looked him up and down for a while. Why do you look like a different person? You haven't even finished your recruit training. You shouldn't have changed so much. You don't even look like our squad leader. She didn't take it. Xian became even more nervous. He opened the paper and handed it to her. Don't change the topic. I have to show you my leave request. Look, here, my company commander's signature. There's also a clearance stamp. There's also a time to return to the army. I have to return to the army tomorrow at 5:00. Yi Qian glanced at it. It was really close. It was when the anti-chemical regiment finished their training in the second year of high school. Isn't it close? I was also surprised. How did I get assigned to the anti-chemical regiment? However, my squad leader said that we might not be assigned to the anti-chemical regiment. It's very likely that we'll only be assigned to the recruit training camp. Xian saw that she believed him. He was afraid that the wind would blow the leave slip away, so he carefully folded it and put it back in his pocket. He said, I don't know why the company commander gave me 2 days off. I guess it's because I performed well. The better the performance, the stricter the unit would be. The class leader's good performance gave her 2 days of leave. From her experience, after the 2 days of leave, the class leader would fall into an abyss of suffering from the special care of the unit leaders. It's a pity that the class leader still doesn't know the tactics of the military leaders. It's better not to remind the class leader so that she won't be in a good mood during the gathering. Yi Qian deeply sympathized with this. Xian, who didn't know the tactics of the military leaders, didn't know what the days would be like. He urged her, go in and sit down first. All the girls in our class are here. Zhang Yuan asked if you were here as soon as she came. And Jiasun was also worried that you weren't coming. He was embarrassed to say that standing next to her was like looking at the chief. There was pressure in his heart. Even if she was wearing casual clothes, he still felt an invisible pressure. Chapter 1945. Seeing this, Yi Qian was very considerate and did not ask any further. He smiled and said a few words before entering the venue. And Jiasun was the first to see Yi Qian. She purposely sat at the entrance of the venue, so the moment she saw Yi Qian, the entire venue was filled with her screams. Then, she screamed so loudly that it almost shattered the chandeliers in the venue. Yi Qian. My Jane Eyre. You're finally here. When she screamed, she had already hugged Yi Qian tightly. She bumped into him and hugged him, causing Yi Qian to choke and cough continuously. His ears were about to go deaf. Her screams were unusually loud and became the loudspeaker of the entire venue. The students who had not been paying attention to the entrance of the venue all turned to look at her. You bumped into me so hard that my throat is about to spurt blood. Yi Qian tried his best to pull away from his best friend. Let go, let go. My neck is hurting because of you. And Jiasun immediately loosened her grip a little and said, tell me, you've been back for a few days. Why didn't you contact me? Were you busy with your man? Busy with your man? Yi Qian's mouth twitched when he heard this. His best friend, who he had not contacted for a semester, had become even more ferocious. Zhang Yuan and the other girls who had been in the same dormitory as Yi Qian stood up at almost the same time. The 5 of them dashed towards the entrance. Yi Qian, they shouted loudly. The students sitting down could not help but stand up and smile collectively at Yi Qian, who had won the admiration of the entire class. They all smiled and greeted him. The party had not started yet, but because of Yi Qian's arrival, there was a small climax. Everyone gathered around to greet Yi Qian. Zhang Yuan and the other 4 girls were so excited that they were in tears. The reason why they were able to get into a top-tier university was because of Yi Qian. If it weren't for Yi Qian, it would have been good enough for them to get into a second-tier university. After all, the few of them had entered the school through connections. Otherwise, they would not have been able to enter the provincial first high school. And Jessin clung on to Yi Qian. She didn't want to leave, but faced with the enthusiasm of her classmates, she had no choice but to let go. I finally get to see you. When did you come back? Why didn't he contact me? Did he arrive at the provincial capital long ago? There were too many things he wanted to say and ask, so he quickly said, ask later, ask later. We are all waiting for you to come. Just now, I was wondering why you didn't come even though it's already so late. I was wondering if you weren't coming over. I've been on holiday for almost a week. I've been busy with some things and it's not convenient for me to go online. I only found out a few days ago that there was a class reunion. Yi Qian seized the time to answer his good friend's question first before speaking to the other students. Meng Wen, who had been competing with Yi Qian since the beginning of school, was still the same as before. She was the type of person who did not hold back with her words. She leaned on a girl's shoulder and said with a faint smile, a top student who comes at the right time is indeed different. I almost thought that Teacher Tong had come. You are indeed the idol of the entire class. You are surrounded wherever you go. Meng Wen, it's a good thing that you got into a good school. If you got into a normal school today, the entire class would be jealous of you. Yi Qian looked at her with a smile. He raised his voice slightly and said teasingly, it's also a good thing that you got into a good school. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to cause trouble with my classmates today. Chapter 1946. In the 2 years of high school, other than Yi Qian, Meng Wen was the only one who had been criticized by Yi Qian in front of the entire class. However, Yi Qian was still quite magnanimous towards Meng Wen. Whatever she said, she would laugh it off and wouldn't really take it to heart. After all, she had lived 2 lives, and it would be ungentlemanly of her to haggle over every little thing. In addition, Meng Wen was just being stubborn with her words and didn't do anything shady. Yi Qian, who had always disliked arguing with others, wouldn't make things difficult for her. However, it was different today. It was already rare for them to meet each other. In the end, as soon as they met, Yi Jian's mouth was already unforgiving. No matter how good Yi Jian's temper was, she could not tolerate Yi Jian's inappropriate words. What did she mean by a top student who came on time? She insinuated that she came on time on purpose and even mentioned Teacher Tong. Could it be that after half a year in college, she had forgotten the most basic principle of respecting your teachers and teaching? Meng Wen was someone who was amenable to the soft but afraid of the hard. She had always been used to going against Yi Qian. Although she was reluctant to part with Yi Qian after graduation, she couldn't help but feel a little arrogant when she saw that Yi Qian was still so popular and wanted to poke her. Who knew that Yi Qian, who had always disliked arguing with her, would actually embarrass her this time? Meng Wen couldn't react for a moment. When the surrounding students saw this, they all laughed together. They pushed Meng Wen, whose face was beginning to turn red, and joked, do you know your mistake now? Don't let Yi Qian give in to you every time. Giving in to you is her magnanimity. Meng Wen, don't always take Yi Qian's magnanimity lightly. Even a rabbit bites when it's anxious. You came up with such thorny words. We've been separated for half a year, and you're already a college student. How can you still be so petty? You're a top student after all. Meng Wen's face was already as red as fire, but she refused to admit her mistake. She straightened her neck and said, I was born with such a mouth. You guys just ignored me. Yes. We all know that you're good at talking, so we're paying attention to you. If you have a sharp tongue and a sharp heart, not many people would dare to talk to you. Seeing this, Jessin laughed and fell into Yi Qian's arms. She said, my stomach hurts. Even if she wanted to nitpick, she had to look at the time. Her classmates hadn't seen each other for half a year, and they weren't even in a hurry to catch up, unlike her. Mengwen, you have to change that mouth of yours. What if you meet a boy you like in the future? You clearly like him, but your mouth doesn't spare him. Even boys will be scared by you. And Jessen teased her. She didn't like her in the past, but Yi Qian told her that some people were just like that. They said things that offended others easily, but they were still kind at heart. Mengwen was such a person. When she heard that the house in Yi Qian's hometown had been washed down by the rain, she was worried for a long time. Her classmates knew about it, so they didn't target Mengwen. They only reminded her to watch her words in the future. However, Yi Qian saw a flash of awkwardness in Mengwen's expression because of Jessen's words. He raised his eyebrows slightly and felt that there was something going on, so he joined in the teasing. Mengwen, I think what Jessen said makes sense. If that's really the case, won't you regret it to death? Sigh, I already regret it to death. Mengwen sighed heavily. She was really worried. It wasn't easy for my heart to ripple, but I scolded him and chased him away. I regret it so much that I'm beating my chest. When the surrounding classmates heard this, they actually wanted to persuade her. No one knew who was the first to laugh out loud, but they all laughed. Chapter 1947. The class monitor, Lu Xian, came in with Teacher Tong and the other teachers. They happened to hear the loudest laughter of the students, which came from within. It seemed that all the students were still sitting in the classroom of grade 12 class 1, preparing for the college entrance examination. Teacher Tong, your students are still the same as before. I feel comfortable just looking at them. It's also the best batch of graduates I've ever taught. Yi Qian contributed the most. She pulled the whole class to fight together. Teacher Tong, she is the unifying force of this class. Teacher Tong was deeply touched by the words of the teachers. Yes, Yi Qian is the best student I have ever met in my decades of teaching. She is very resilient and has a pure heart. She is very rare. Us boys call Yi Qian boss in private. We feel more confident when we study with her. The boys who went out to receive the teachers agreed with the teacher. Yi Qian was indeed the unifying force of the class. It seemed that with her around, everyone had a direction in their hearts and would not be easily lost. A long time later, when the news media interviewed this teacher who had taught a female general, 2 leaders of the Great Hall, 5 provincial officials, a diplomat, and several big entrepreneurs, they asked her what teaching methods she had used to let these students achieve the glory of number 1 high school in the province. The news media asked her what teaching methods she had used to let these students achieve the glory of number 1 high school. At that time, the white-haired teacher Tong smiled and said to the reporter, because there is one person who is the unifying force of the class of 99. My students all say that with her around, their goal and hope will always be there. The reporter asked teacher Tong, who had dedicated her life to education, who was the person she was talking about. Teacher Tong smiled and looked at the photos of the class of 99. After a long time, she answered, who do you think is the unifying force of this class? At this moment, the students of grade 12 class 1 didn't know what their future would be like. When they saw teacher Tong and the other teachers standing at the entrance of the hall, just like how they used to do in class, they immediately stood up respectfully and greeted the teachers one by one. Yi Qian loved the 2 years of high school. Although there were teachers like Yi Ying and Yao Jing, all the teachers stood by her side and handled the matters between the students fairly. As for the form teacher in junior high, she had already forgotten about it. The time of laughter passed faster than any other time. The students planned to play all night, while the teachers needed to go home. The male teachers were in charge of each class. Yi Qian accompanied teacher Tong and sat outside, waiting for teacher Tong's lover to arrive. Teacher Tong, who had white hair on her temples, nodded gently when she saw that the student she had taught before was sitting upright like a pine tree. She was very pleased. It's only been half a year since we last met. Yi Jian, you've changed the most in class. Even when I'm sitting in front of you, I can feel the valiance of a soldier. You are really very, very good. Seeing that you've come so far and still hold on to your original beliefs, Yi Jian, I believe that you'll definitely achieve great things in the future. She had taught so many good students, but Yi Qian had left the deepest impression on her. Sometimes, she would even dream of him walking to the front of the classroom and explaining difficult questions. Such a good student, I'm afraid I won't be able to meet another one for the rest of my life. Yi Qian respected Teacher Tong very much. When old Madame Yi brought Yi Zhixiang to cause trouble, it was Teacher Tong and Principal Chow who stood in front of her, afraid that she would get hurt. That was also the most touched she had ever been. After that, she tried her best to help her classmates in order to repay the school and teachers for their sincere protection of her. Chapter 1948. You don't have to do anything, but you have to have a clear conscience. Yi Qian helped Teacher Tong sit down and smiled. I remember when I first entered the school, I told you, sometimes, hiding your talent doesn't mean that you're weak. It's also a form of protection. And you said, only the fittest survive. You also told me, the provincial first high school is a big dance, right? It has a sky that allows students to roam freely. It was because of your words that I slowly started to interact with my classmates. Teacher Tong smiled as she looked at her student who remembered her words. The pride in her heart was self-evident. To tell you the truth, when I returned to school, I was prepared to be isolated. If you didn't ask me to cooperate with my classmates from time to time and participate in group activities, I think I might have really been isolated for the first 2 years of high school. She wasn't good at socializing and speaking. Plus, there was Yi Ying. She didn't think that her high school life would be good. Later, as she gradually integrated into the class and often called to the office for heart-to-heart talks, Yi Qian's way of doing things had the smoothness, roundabout, and gentleness of a girl. She was no longer as domineering as a boy and didn't have the gentleness of a girl. At the mention of the past, Teacher Tong's smile deepened. When I asked you to fill in the admission form, you pointed at your parents and stopped me. The words you said to me made my heart ache. Child, you protected yourself so much that you were even wary of me. At that time, I was very surprised. How could you be so wary? It was as if I would hurt you at any time. Later, I specially looked for Principal Chen to understand your situation in junior high. Only then did I understand why you were so wary of me. I knew that you needed to be counseled. Now, it's all good. Everyone in the class likes to talk to you and ask you to make decisions for them. Yi Qian, you're doing very well now. I hope that no matter what kind of life you have in the future, the next time I see you, you'll still be the same person. Continue to maintain a positive attitude. I'll watch you go further and higher step by step. Let me say one more thing. Whether you enter the military or society in the future, connections are very important. Other than Zhang Yuan, Yang Yi, and a few other girls in our class are all from rich families. There are also many classmates that you've helped. Their families have certain connections. Look, Zhang Yuan and Yang Yi's families are paying for today's event. They're not giving me face, they're giving you face. There are also a few other parents who called me to thank me properly and hope that I can give them your contact information. Yi Qian, this is your network. As long as you continue to work hard and stand at the height where others want to befriend you, your path will become wider and wider. Even if you encounter a temporary difficulty, those who you have helped before will extend a helping hand to you. The life experience that society gives you will also give you more stage space. All of this comes from your hard work and is inseparable from yourself. When Yi Qian heard this, he seemed to understand something. His clear eyes widened slightly. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Back then, when you arranged for me to live with Zhang Yuan and the others, was it to teach me how to maintain certain connections? It's good that you know it in your heart. There's no need to say it out loud. This is also the only selfish thing that I've done." When Teacher Tong saw that her student only understood her arrangement at this moment, the kind smile on her face deepened. Chapter 1949. Yi Qian held Teacher Tong's thin hands tightly and said softly, "Thank you, teacher. If you didn't say it, I really wouldn't have known about your good intentions. Since I won you over from class 6 to class 1, as your form teacher, I have to be responsible for you. Your grades are already very good, but you're still lacking in the way you handle things. I'll do my best to help you, but you still have to rely on yourself to stand up. Then Teacher Tong teased her like an old child. I'm also very proud. The smartest student in my class only now understands that students are no match for teachers. Yi Qian smiled warmly. Her eyes were clear and bright like crystals under the light. You're the most amazing teacher in the eyes of all of us. None of us are your match. You'll all surpass me. When that happens, I'll still be a teacher, but you won't be you anymore. You'll all be pillars of the class. Teacher Tong had a lot of confidence in this batch of students because the students in front of her would continue to influence the entire class. Even if they were separated, her influence would not disappear. This was Yi Qian's personal charm. Yi Qian leaned over and hugged her teacher. She said softly, "You have to be good. You have to see all of us in Class 1 become successful. You'll be proud of us. I'm already proud of you now. There's no need to wait until the future." Teacher Tong helped her tidy her clothes. Looking at the energetic girl, even her kind wrinkles had a gentle smile. Lu Xian looks just like an adult when he wears a military uniform. He's very masculine. It's a pity that I didn't see you in uniform. Next time, send me a picture of you in uniform. I want to see what you look like in uniform. It was just a small request, but Yi Qian couldn't fulfill it. She said softly, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I intentionally avoided taking pictures tonight. I couldn't avoid the group photo, so I made some small movements and didn't get a picture of my face." Her words stunned Teacher Tong. Couldn't students take pictures in military schools? There wasn't such a rule. Yi Qian lowered his eyes and explained softly, "There are some unspeakable reasons. Please take a look." Although Teacher Tong did not understand why, she believed that there was indeed an unspeakable reason. She smiled slightly and said, "I know that you are not an ordinary college student now. You are a soldier who will serve the country in the future. With your ability, I am afraid that you are not an ordinary soldier. No, it's fine. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Study hard and do well in the future. I will always support you." The fact that Yi Qian was able to meet a teacher with such high moral standards had a deep impact on him. It had also affected the entire grade 12 Class 1 students. After sending Teacher Tong off, Yi Qian returned to the meeting room. Then, a group of people went to the hotel's KTV. All of them wanted to stay up all night. Zhang Yuan and Yang Yi's father would pay for all the expenses and told them to thank Yi Jian again. Zhang Yuan and Yang Yi's father would pay for everything. Yi Qian and Lu Xian did not drink. In the end, they went to the second half of the night with a few other students who did not drink to take care of the drunk students. Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry when Meng Wen ran onto the stage with a beer bottle in her arms and shouted that she wanted to win someone over.